I'd like to call the meeting to order and welcome everyone to the LaVergne Planning Commission October 30th, 2023 meeting at 6 p.m. We do have a quorum. First item of business is to approve the meeting minutes from the September 26th, 2023 meeting.
Motion to approve.
Motion to approve.
Second.
We have a second. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed? Motion passes. We do not have anyone signed up for public comment this afternoon, so we'll move on to item number 4. Item number 3 has been deferred. Item number 4, site plan, Pride Truck Sales, addition of 49 parking spaces on 13.8 acres requested by SEC Inc. Property located on Industrial Boulevard, tax map 14, part of parcel 5, I-2 Heavy Industrial Zoning District, property owned by 131 Industrial Boulevard Holding Corporation. Mr. Logan.
Thank you. And before we get started, I've got a brief announcement. There's an online training session that is coming up on November 17th, and this is offered through TAPA, which is the Tennessee chapter of the American Planning Association. So TAPA offers different trainings throughout the year. This one is a virtual online session, and I'll be emailing the link out, and Jake's passing out the flyer that explains it a little bit more, but I'll be emailing the link in the morning that will give you instructions. You have to register online, and then you can view the material and sit in the classes online. So we'll discuss how this will affect the 4 hours of required training for each of you all. It may count for all of it for those of you that do the 4 hours of the training. That would knock it out for 2024. So we'll talk about that more later. It's a little early to talk about the training, but Mr. Richardson sent this to me earlier today and wanted me to share it with all of you all. So thank you.
Thank you, sir.
So getting on to 131, which is Pride Truck Sales. You can see there on the screen, this is the zoning map, and it is zoned I-2, which is heavy industrial. And this addition is only for a parking lot. They're proposing to add 49 parking spaces at their current site. And you can see this backward C is the property outlined in blue, and you can see the existing buildings on the site. We'll see pictures of those too in just a minute. This is on Industrial Boulevard. It's right behind the pilot station. So here are some photos of the property. So the existing office building that has the green roof is shown in this photo, and they're not proposing any changes to that building. You can see in this photo the primary use is truck sales, and this is a different view that shows the pilot station and some of the signage on Walden Road. And the images now were provided by SEC. These are samples of the fencing. So these photographs show the proposed fencing for the site. It is a decorative fence with a security feature on the top that would deter theft. So getting to the site plan, there's really not any staff comments left, I don't believe, from any department. So there's the site plan on the screen. And you can see, again, this is the existing office building with the green metal roof, and then the parking lot expansion is on the east side or the left side of the site. And again, there's no staff comments, so that ends the report. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Do we have any questions or comments from the board?
I'll make a motion to accept as submitted.
Motion to accept is submitted. We have a second.
A second.
We have a second. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed? Motion passes. Item number 5, recommendation to the Board of Mayor and Aldermen Amendment to zoning ordinance, amend Article 4, Section 4.010, off-street parking requirements, presented by Mr. Kyle Brown and Mr. Bo Logan. Mr. Logan.
Thank you. So 2 weeks ago, I showed you all the parking chart that Kyle put together, and we went over some of those parking scenarios. So if you remember the green, any column with green is the current standards that we have, which is 3 spaces for every unit in multifamily. So the yellow, the columns marked yellow are within an acceptable percentage, that if we reduce the parking, these were all an acceptable percentage for reducing that parking. However, depending on the number of 1, 2, or 3 bedroom units that a developer might propose, it does vary fairly widely. So I believe it was decided 2 weeks ago that option, I believe it was option 1 was the preferred. Is that right?
It seemed to be the consensus of most of the board, yeah.
So, since that time, I don't know of any changes to these tables that have been made, so it's the same exhibit as 2 weeks ago. So staff is comfortable with whatever suggestion you all have moving forward.
Logan, just going back to the workshop, there was some discussion about that if we went to another level, add another level on homes, apartments, how would that impact it if you had a garage at the bottom of the unit as well? Because you discussed about adding another level to buildings.
So, would that be a 4-story building with parking on the bottom?
Correct.
If they're garage spaces, then they would count toward that maximum. So I don't know. It would depend. I don't think the ratio would change. Like in option 1, if your multiplier over there is 2 spaces per the 1 bedroom, then you would still apply that, and then the 1.1 space per bedroom with 2 or more. So it would depend on how many garage spaces they offered.
At the workshop, there was only 4 of us here, and I think the other members didn't get a chance to input. So, personally, I'd like to do some more discussion on this, move this to the workshop.
I will agree. I know I wasn't here. I was at an economic conference. I did have one developer reach out to me today and bring up that this is for all apartments. And so what about gated apartments versus open lot apartments? Because then you're dealing with public easements, whereas gated, you're not. And so I've asked them to get me some data to go with some of their information that they're suggesting. But I know I proposed to be deferred last month, and I think we should again because we had just a handful here last time.
Looking across the board, I'll entertain a motion.
Make a motion to defer.
Our second.
We have a motion to defer and a second. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed? Motion deferred. On to new business. Item number 6. Final plat, Guevara subdivision, 3 lots on 3.89 acres requested by Doyle Elkins. Property located at 396 Stones River Road. Tax map 14, parcel 54. R1 Low Density Residential Zoning District. Property owned by Burgos J. Guevara. Mr. Logan.
So this is the property for the proposed Guevara subdivision. And you can see currently there's one large lot. The existing home is located here. And this is a total about 3.89 acres. So for a wider view, you can see the school comes into view here to the east. So again, we're talking about this rectangular lot. So their proposal is for 3 lots total. So I guess said another way, it'd be 2 new lots, although the boundaries of the existing lot would change quite a bit. On the zoning map here, you see it's orange, and that's R1, low-density residential. So these are photos of the property on Stones River. And there's the existing house. And then this is the entrance, shows the property with the entrance to the school. And the home is here to the left in this image. And this is the plat that was submitted by the applicant. Their surveyor is Doyle Elkins, so this plat was prepared by Doyle Elkins. But you can see the proposed layout with the 3 lots, if this were to be approved, and then the existing home would still be located closest to Stones River Road, and then the other 2 home sites would be further off the road and behind the existing house. There's no comments left from planning. The fire hydrant information was updated. I talked to Mr. Elkins on the phone this afternoon, but he wasn't prepared or in a position to be able to resubmit today, and because no one was here for the workshop, that would complicate them moving forward tonight anyway. But I do believe that the family is here. There are several comments from engineering and utilities, so I'll turn that over to Mr. Lott. Thanks.
Okay, the primary utilities comments are the fact that they don't have water line sized for a fire hydrant to this site, nor do they have public sewer. So there are relatively significant 6-inch water line extension required, fire hydrant placement, and public sewer extension.
Thank you, sir. Is there a representative here for this project? If you would, please come to the podium and state your name and address for the record, ma'am.
I'm speaking for my father, Jose Guevara.
Absolutely.
My name's
perfect.
Michelle Guevara,
And your address?
598 Forest Ridge Drive.
Thank you, ma'am. So there's a couple of items that are still left on the table that need to be addressed on your plot, mainly sewage and water.
Yes, sir.
On your end. I've noticed, I know Mr. Coates had asked for looking into the driveway so that there wouldn't be 3 separate driveways on there. Mr. Coates, did you notice if that was addressed?
It hasn't, the paperwork hasn't changed, I think, since we last saw it at the workshop, so no.
So with the few items, if we vote, chances are it will be turned down. Would you like to defer and give Mr. Elkins a chance to address these items?
Yes.
Oh,
They can request it, but they couldn't.
would you like to request a deferral?
Yes.
I have a question real quick.
Please, Mayor.
So with the subdivision, is it for more of the family to come on the
Yes.
property, or just to sell it to?
Family.
It's for family, okay. Okay.
With that, Mayor,
I'll make a motion to defer.
we have a motion to defer. Do we have a second?
A second.
All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
All opposed? Motion passes. See you at workshop, ma'am. Thank you. Thank you, Mayor. Item numbers 7, 8, and 9 have been deferred. We're moving on to item number 10. Preliminary plat, Co-op Business Park, 3 lots on 114.8 acres requested by Barge Design Solutions. Property located on Old Waldron Road, tax map 15, parcel 24 and 28, I-2 Heavy Industrial Zoning District, property owned by Tennessee Farmers Cooperative, Inc. Mr. Logan.
Thank you. So this request is for the preliminary plat at the co-op. Had so many deferrals, I'm trying to catch up. Okay, so the preliminary plat at the co-op location. So this tract is 114.8 acres, and purpose of this plat is to create the new lots that will make way for the new industrial development that is coming. The proposed layout on this plan will have 9 lots total.
Point of order.
Point of order, sir. Yes, ma'am.
I think we skipped 10.
That's the one I read, sir.
That was deferred?
No, sir, I read that one. Preliminary plat, co-op business park.
Sorry.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Continue, sir. Thank you.
Thanks. Yeah, so this plat would create 9 lots total, 1 lot for each proposed industrial building. And you can see,
Oh, Mr. Logan, Mayor is correct. You are working on number 11. We are on number 10. Thank you, Mayor. Number 10 is preliminary plat.
You're in the site plan.
which is the plat, yeah. The slides may have not caught up, but I'm speaking about the plat, which is the 9 lots.
Thank you.
94.
My apologies for the confusion.
That's okay. Okay. So you can see, I think everybody's familiar with this site, so I'll skip over some of that part. The zoning map, this is I-2 industrial zoning. So no problem there with the uses that are proposed. And then these are the site photos with the existing facilities there at the co-op. And this bottom picture here is taken from Waldron Road, which will be the approximate location of the new entrance. So this slide shows the plat, and you can see the general layout of the lots, as well as the surrounding features on the ground, like the existing railroad and the streets that bound the property. So on this report, there's very few comments left. Engineering has a few, so I'll turn that over to Mr. Lyde. Thanks.
All my comments were addressed.
Thank you very much, sir. Do we have any questions or comments from the board?
No.
One quick question for Gary. Were water and sewer letters available? Were they provided?
That's a process, so they have to submit for those and work with the Public Works Department, and they've got to turn it over to their consulting engineer to get that back. So Scott's comfortable that it's available, but it takes a while for them to actually get the physical letters.
Okay.
Any other questions, comments? Entertain a motion.
Motion approved as submitted.
A motion to approve is submitted. We have a second. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed? Motion passes. On to item number 11. Concept Plan Co-op Business Park, 9 buildings totaling 1,081,412 square feet on 114.9 acres requested by Kimley Horn. Property located on Old Waldron Road, tax map 15, parcel 24 and 28, I-2 Heavy Industrial Zoning District, property owned by Tennessee Farmers Cooperative, Inc., Mr. Logan.
So this is the concept plan for the co-op, and you can see on the screen, again, the property is outlined in blue, and this is the railroad track that runs through a portion of the property toward the north side, and then this is Waldron on the left side of the image, Waldron Road running north and south. And on the zoning map, again, you can see that it's I-2, which is heavy industrial. Same photos from the last item. So this is the concept plan that was submitted, and you can see the layout of the buildings. So they are proposing to have 9 buildings by the end of the project, and the total square footage is about 1,081,000 square feet. So each of these phases that you can see here will result in another site plan. So each building will have its own site plan. So 9 phases, 9 site plans, and that'll help with the CO process as each building gets close to completion. And this is the main page, C2-00, that shows the arrangement and layout of all of the new buildings. The two that lie to the east will have to comply with the city's architectural overlay. So those are the two that are closest to Waldron Road. And the other buildings are not inside the overlay. And moving on the comments, I believe yeah, there's just some notes from engineering. I don't know if Mr. Lyde wants to go over those, but that completes the report. Thanks.
Okay, can you
Thank
go
you.
to the site plan on this one? Because I do want to go over this particular note. Take- No, sneak it. All right, we asked at the workshop how the construction access was going to be for the construction traffic, and I just wanted to get in writing the engineer's answer. These buildings up here are going to be constructed off of Walton Road. These buildings down here and possibly this one, their construction traffic is going to come off of Old Waldron Road.
Very good. Is it something you want us to address now, or can it be addressed later
That is
down
simply
the road?
a statement, so that's not, the engineering comments were all addressed, so that is a statement, just, they had made that verbally at the last meeting, and so I wanted to get it in writing.
Is there a representative here for this project?
Rob Arts, 10 Lee Avenue, Nashville, Tennessee.
Thank you, sir. Is something that actually needs to be on the plan, Mr. Lytle, or do you want it just a letter in writing from them?
Oh, it's in the minutes now, and it's part of the official document, so I was just, I don't need it from them.
Why not all of it through the, off of Waldron Road instead of a portion through Waldron Road and a portion through Old Waldron?
The main issue with that would just be as those first buildings to the north get constructed and start to be occupied, running construction traffic in parallel with some passenger vehicles. We're trying to avoid that to the extent that we can.
Okay, because it would be the same thing. You've got, people use Old Waldron as a cut-through as far as in the morning and the afternoons, and it's all pedestrian traffic through there.
Understood. I mean, I think we can certainly look at options with how to phase the construction traffic appropriately. We felt that there'd be less traffic in general on Old Waldron compared to the other directions, but.
Jeff Konechny, 1 Music Circle South, Nashville, Tennessee. As we talked about in the study session, we really want to have the second phase construction traffic off Old Waldron Road. It's a life safety issue on our streets. We have a brand new road. We're going to have a lot more truck traffic there. It's going to be easier and safer for us to be diverting those trucks off Old Waldron Road during construction. So it's just a function of phasing, working our way out of the site.
Okay, and we're going to keep an eye on the condition with Old Waldron?
Sure.
For that?
I mean, we're going to be opening up part of it anyways, right? We agreed to reduce some of the storm drainage improvements there, so we are going to be proposing a couple of new 48-inch culverts along that road, so we will be getting in part of that road anyways.
Okay.
Any other questions, Mark? Or-
One other quick question. So the traffic light on Wald Road, I mean, that's in process? Is that going through, or is that?
Yes.
So there will be traffic light at that
Yeah,
junction?
there's a new signal under design there with that decel lane in place and the relocation of the NES lines.
And we're going to get a sign further up on Waldron for just letting people know there's a new traffic light there. Because I know people come over that hill pretty fast.
Yeah.
So,
Absolutely.
Coming soon.
yes.
Very good. Any other questions or comments from the board? We'll entertain a motion.
I'll make a motion to accept as submitted.
Second.
We have a motion to accept as submitted in a second. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed? Motion passes. Thank you, everyone. Item number 12. Amendment to site plan Altera, existing building totaling approximately 10,500 square feet and building addition of 7,300 square feet on 5.16 acres. Requested by Paradigm Studios PLLC. Property located at 122 Charter Place, tax map 29, parcel 2.05, I-2 Heavy Industrial Zoning District, property owned by 122 Charter Partners LLC. Mr. Logan.
So this is an amendment to a site plan that was approved this year in April. And this is the 122 Charter Place, or the Altera project. So you can see it there on the screen. This is the existing building on Charter Place. And actually, Ditch Witch will be moving some of their operations into this building in the future. And so the Ditch Witch current location is just in view here on the right side of the image. So they're neighboring properties. And zooming out, you can see the Interstate and Walden Road come into view along with Center Point. It is zoned I-2 Heavy Industrial. And here's some photos of the property. So there's the existing building in that photo. Another close-up of the front of the building. And of course, everybody's seen the site by now and a lot of the gravel and dirt that was on the site for many years. This picture shows the loading docks on the north side of the building. So this amendment includes some changes to the widths of their concrete areas and their parking areas, as well as a change to the brick color and a change to request to change their fencing, some of their fencing. So the site layout, we'll move to it next. So you can see in this image the clouded area. These are some dimensions at the front of the building, and they're proposing to change the clouded areas. There's another clouded area here. Those areas along with the change to the brick color, and there is the materials board that they provided that shows the brick that they're proposing. All in all, these are fairly minor changes for your review. And I don't believe there's any comments at all. Go back and check that.
Just the fence.
Yeah, just the fencing was the only item from the workshop 2 weeks ago. And I believe that's the only item that would need discussing tonight.
Is the fence still on the drawing?
Well, they called me, and I believe they wanted to have a discussion about that at the podium. So they've made some changes, or proposing changes. So, thank you.
Thank you, sir. Representative for this item, name and address, sir.
Yes, Alex Dickerson with Thompson Burton, 1801 West End Avenue. So if you all will remember from and thank you so much, Bo, for that summary. Originally, the site was approved back in April with us reconstructing the existing chain link fence that was at the building line.
It's there.
And so one of the changes that we're making with this proposal is to extend that fence out a little bit and put it closer to the property line. That actually makes it consistent with some of the other fencing in the neighborhood, specifically next door, as you heard Bo say. Ditch Witch is kind of they're going to be the tenant in both 122 our property and 140. And so by extending this fence out there as chain link, it kind of harmonizes the two buildings, which are the same business in both. There's also some chain link fence that is at 131 across the street and 141 that extends closer to the property line. And so at the workshop, I understand that this body asked to see if that could be a wrought iron fence. And so the applicant did some diligent research to see how that could be accomplished. And unfortunately, the change in cost to turn it from chain link to wrought iron was prohibitive. And so about a $70,000 increase, which seems insane, but given how building costs are, I guess it makes sense. And so what we're requesting is, given the fact that there's properties around here with chain link closer to the property line, that the planning commission would perhaps reconsider that and allow that to be chain link. We could do the coding that I think planning had an original recommendation on the first part of this application, that if you didn't want wrought iron or decorative fencing, that it needed to be chain link and black coated. We'd certainly be willing to do that. And so we just wanted to bring that up with the additional information about the other buildings in the neighborhood and see if there would be an interest in allowing that to happen.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Open for discussion. Yeah.
Well, I wasn't here for it, so I will say I know with that area, we have not seen change over as far as, I know that Mr. Dixon mentioned, or Dickerson, I'm sorry, mentioned that there's several chain link, but if I'm not mistaken, all of that is before there was an overlay. Kyle, Gary, or Bo, can y'all confirm that there's pretty much been no changeover in that area, really?
I would agree. Thornton's was the catalyst, of course, for the whole corridor.
Mm-hmm.
This is the last parcel in the overlay. The current Ditch Witch building, which is, and these pictures were provided by the applicant and in your packet, so you all might have seen these already online. But this is the Ditch Witch existing, but that's not in the overlay. So we're dealing with that too. It's not apples to apples.
So the chain link that's there would be it's not part of the required overlay. The required overlay, is it wrought iron or is it just vinyl coated? Graham, do you know that one off the top of your head?
Just, there's a raw iron, I believe it had it in there, it's black, but I mean, I'm not sure.
Or stone.
Some, yeah.
So, I mean, if that's the overlay,
Let me look.
We're gonna check the book and make sure we get it 100%.
You can keep talking.
and what was already approved, was that vinyl black coated chain link fence?
Yes, sir. That was approved in April.
Okay, and we still would have had the same overlay. So, and I would think that Commissioner Coates would be all over us if we went outside the overlay.
For sure.
So our say, if it's not part of the overlay to have wrought iron, while I would prefer to have it, if it's not a requirement in our overlay, if they're still willing to do the vinyl black coated, I would be fine with that myself.
What would be required now, though, right, to be black coated?
Not yet, because we haven't updated the zoning ordinance or the overlays. So we're working off the current overlay, the same one that this one was approved under in April. Since the zoning ordinance is still here with the planning commission, we have to look at the current zoning ordinance, not the future.
Agreed. I think the variable here was that they were moving that section of fence closer to the road as well.
How far would it be from the road?
Roughly 55 feet from the actual edge of pavement, 28 feet from the right-of-way line.
And what is the current, if anyone knows, with the neighboring property Ditch Witch, how far is it from the road? Since we're talking about making it similar to the neighboring property.
Looks to be about,
Ditch Witch looks like it's 30 feet from the road.
Agreed.
So I wouldn't have a problem with it. Anybody else have an opinion?
sir? Sir? Ma'am?
Vinyl coating is fine with me, long as Commissioner Graham can
Yeah.
find it in the book.
The pressure's on, sir.
Yeah, no pressure. We're with it.
I'm sorry, Commissioner Coates.
See if I can just do a quick word search.
It doesn't say wrought iron, but black is what we've been preferring to do.
So it does not say wrought iron.
Black vinyl it is.
So,
Black vinyl with nice fresh look.
Do that, yes.
Happy to do that.
Now-
Is everyone fine with that?
with that said, are these plans showing that and showing the appropriate distance?
Mr. Logan?
Well, they called me, I believe it was, if you don't mind, go back to the podium. We had a conversation on the phone, and they wanted to submit late, and I told Mr. Dickerson we could not allow a late submittal, that it's all of you all and all of us in a bind, so whatever was submitted last is what's on the screen. I will let him speak to that, because there's been too many changes to these fences.
And what we have submitted, I believe, shows what it is we're asking for. The wrought iron, or sorry, the black coated chain link fencing at where it is on the site plan.
Very good. Thank you, sir.
Okay, Mr. Chairman, the precise wording, just so y'all know, is 7-foot chain link fence with gate. Black coated would fall within that, but it doesn't specifically say it on the site plan.
But it does say it in the ordinance, so they would be
Right.
required to make it a black fence. So obviously, your choices are vinyl coating or black, so, which
We'd
is
absolutely
really.
be able to do that.
Thank you, sir.
And then, do y'all plan to, similar to how Ditch Witch has, looks like barbed wire on top, are y'all planning to do that on top of the 7 feet? Yes, it looks like barbed wire.
If you can give us 1 second, please.
Absolutely.
I see it in the photos that y'all submitted for Ditch Witch.
That's correct.
So it'll be 7 feet plus the barbed wiring.
Note K also is the black bottom coating for here.
So what?
On the site plan, note K.
Note K?
Yeah, note K includes the black vinyl coating.
It does. I stand corrected. Thank you.
Thank you. And the answer in regards to the barbed wire, so is it 6 foot with 1 foot barbed wire, 7 foot with barbed wire?
The 7-foot label on top of that column says nominal height including barbed wire. So 7 feet includes the barbed wire.
Perfect.
Okay. So it's all inclusive.
Yes, sir. Any further comments or questions?
I'll make a motion to accept as submitted.
We have a motion to accept as submitted. Do we have a second?
Second.
We have a second by Alderman Carroll. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
All opposed? Motion passes. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you.
Item number 13 has been deferred. Item number 14, site plan, Sazerac site improvements including expansion of loading docks and existing building on 22.78 acres, requested by Denham Blythe. Property located at 4,000 Center Point Drive, tax map 17, parcel 37.02, I-2 Heavy Industrial Zoning District. Property owned by Ajax Turner Properties. Mr. Logan.
So this site plan request is from Sazerac, and they're requesting site plan approval for exterior improvements. This area is presently paved, and the changes would include new containment walls, new storage vessels, and a tanker access platform. This site is not in the architectural overlay, so they don't necessarily have to comply with any of the overlay. The current view of the building is shown on the screen. The other end of this building is Ajax Turner. So if you've been to the Ajax Turner site, you've been in the building that contains Sazerac. So there's a little bit wider view. You can see I-24 coming into the picture to the north. And this area is also a large area of I-2, heavy industrial. This is a current photo of the Sazerac facilities and their equipment that's outside the building. It's a slightly different view of the building. So moving on to the plans that they submitted. This one's a little bit different in that this is an existing building and they're making fairly minor changes and changes also to their equipment. So we're not looking at the whole gamut of stormwater and landscaping and all of that. And the computer's frozen, so wait a second.
It's a pretty big file.
Yeah, it's a very large file. I'll just move on to the staff comments so it doesn't freeze up again. I think the only comments remaining may be from engineering, and they may have already, looks like they've done all of those. So I'll turn it over to Mr. Lyde in case he wants to add anything.
All engineering comments were addressed.
Thank you, gentlemen. Do we have any questions or comments on this item? Pretty straightforward situation.
Make a motion to accept as submitted.
Second.
We have a motion to accept as submitted. We have a second. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed? Motion passes. Item number 15 has been deferred, and final item is going to be bonds and letters of credit update, ma'am.
Hello, Commissioners. The bond list is up to date. I think the very next one will expire in December, and I'll reach out to them in about 2 weeks. That's all I got.
Thank you very much. I'd like to thank everyone. Meeting adjourned.
a hand. Thank you so much for coming here. Thank you, mamas. There's our applause. Thank you, mamas, for getting them all ready. I got 2 of my own. That's a hard job, isn't it? Getting them all out the door. So, yay. I heard that you're going to be talking about, or are talking about, being creative at the library. Is that true? And using your imagination. Well, guess what Jess and I are here today to do? To see if you have your imagination turned on. That's right. To see if it's on. My name is Miss Debbie, and I used to be the children's librarian and used to work with that lady right back there. Who is that? Miss Donna at Smyrna Library. But the more important thing is that this fellow right behind me is my cousin Jesse. I want you to give him a big hand. Mr. Jesse, who can guess how old he is? Take a guess. 42. You're holding up good, Jess. Oh, what, anybody else? 17. You're getting on up. Who else? Anybody else? What do you think, babe? 12. Oh, you went down a little. You went down a little bit. 5. Oh, how old are you, Jess? He is 14, guys. When he was 4 years old, I want you to raise your hand if you're 4. When he was 4 years old, he started playing the keyboard. Do you think he used his imagination and his creativity? Oh, yeah. So he's the big one that's here today, that I'm so glad that he's here. All right, well, I tell you what. Let's get started by singing an old song. Everybody stand up. If you're happy and you know it, Mr. Jess is going to play with us. Here we go. Ready? Here we go. If you're happy and you know it, clap your hands. If you're happy and you know it, clap your hands. If you're happy and you know it, then your face will surely show it. If you're happy and you know it, clap your hands. If you're happy and you know it, touch your nose. Funny face. If you're happy and you know it, touch your nose. If you're happy and you know it, then your face will surely show it. If you're happy and you know it, touch your nose. If you're happy and you know it, stomp your feet. If you're happy and you know it, stomp your feet. Oh, if you're happy and you know it, then your face will surely show it. If you're happy and you know it, stomp your feet. Excellent job. Give yourself a round of applause. Have a seat. 1, 2, 3, 4. Bottoms on the floor. I even see some friends from Smyrna out there. I see Miss Allison. I see all my friends. I'm so glad you're here today. Hey, you know what? The first thing we've got to do is see if our imaginations are turned on, right? We can't do this if it's not. Jess, did I bring anything? Let me look over here in my magic bag. Hey, I did. Look what I brought. That's right. Ding. Look what I brought. A doctor. Or it's that big long word Miss Debbie can't say. She said it. A stethoscope. But that's not what this one is. Look how different it looks. It's round on both sides. This is the great Imaginator. Did you hear that? The Imaginator sees if your imagination is turned on. I am coming out. Now, but there's one problem. When we get a little older, sometimes our imagination goes kind of down. But guess what? Yours is popping. Watch. Woo! Did you hear that? Oh my goodness. Now watch what happens when you put it on a mama. Watch what happens. Oh, it's in there. It just hadn't been used a whole lot. All right, let's try one more spot. Who else? How about this one? Can I put it right on the end of that? It might blow it up. Let's see. Are you ready? Woo! Did you hear it? Did you hear it? Oh, let's try one more. Let's try one more. One more, mama. One more. Oh, are you ready? Oh. Boy, this thing's good, isn't it? Let's see what happens when we put it on this Deb. Are you ready? It might blow up. You think? Here we go. Uh-oh. Not good. Well, guess what our job is today? Is to make sure everybody has got their imagination turned So now we got this out of the way. Whew, once we get to doing all this imagination and it's floating up in the sky, where are we going to put it, Jess? Did you bring anything today? I wonder if there's anything we could put it in. Did you really? That might work too. Let me try this magic bag. Oh, hey, are you using this, Jessie? You're not using that? That'll work. Let's see if it's empty. It looks like it does. Oh, is there anything in there? Nothing in there. What do we need to fill this up with? Money. I heard it. Go, Mama. What do we need to? What else can we fill it up with? Water or imagination. Are you ready? We got to turn it on. Are you ready? You gonna help me? Now we're gonna say an old saying. Are you ready? I like to read it, read it. I like to read it, read it. I like to. I like to read it, read it. I like to read it, read it. I like to read it. Oh. Oh no. It's hot. It's getting hot. Ooh. Ooh. Everybody say, y'all did that so good you turned it on and it got hot. Which means it's going to collect all of our imagination. Are you ready? Let's start by reading a book. That's the best way to do it ever. Look at this big old book. Look at this big old book. This is so old. This is so old, and there's so many things in here that'll help our imagination. Jesse, would you mind playing a little something with this? He will do a little bit of that. This is called If. What if zebras had stars and stripes? Wouldn't that be cool? Whoa, hear that? Uh-oh. What if lightning made rhinos? It'd be something. It'd be trampling all over the place. Uh-oh. What if whales lived in outer space? Look at them. Walk it. It would be. Would they be heavy or would they be light? Light. Very good. Oh, this one tickles. Are you ready? What if butterflies were closed? Ooh, that would tickle, wouldn't it? Would that tickle? Yeah. Oh, this one's so cool. Hold your hand out in front of you. Hold your hand in front of you. What if music could be held? You ever think about it? You know what one friend said? He said, I'd put some music in this hand, and I'd put some music in this hand, and I'd cram it in my ears. How about that? That'd be kind of cool. He used his imagination. Oh, yeah, by the way, Jesse doesn't talk that much. He gets kind of shy, but he uses his new friend, his new keyboard, all right? So you might hear some funny stuff. Ooh, what if leaves were fish? Shoo! Would that stink? That stink. Uh-oh. Oh, this is gross, Jesse. Are you ready? What if toes were teeth? No! Wouldn't that be funny? That is funny. Uh-oh. Now, I hope I don't offend anybody in here. All right. I hope not. What if kids had tails? I didn't, did I? Oh, whew. Came close the other day. Almost. Hit that. It's an elephant. Yeah. Hey, what if cats could fly? Soaring above the clouds? Oh my goodness. Uh-oh. What if that old moon of ours was square? Whoa. I think we're filling our jar up every time we read a page. Ew. Another gross one. Are you ready? What if caterpillars were toothpaste? That's right. Oh, nasty. Uh-oh. What if old worms had wheels? Watch them go by. You ready? Whoa. Whoa. Did you see that fast worm? Oh, no. See, there'd be all that going on. Gotta call the insurance, huh? Well, the very last one says, what if ants could count? Hi. You say, hey, ant, how old am I? And he tell you, isn't that cool? Isn't that cool? Give yourselves a hand. You are great listeners. I love it, I love it, I love it. Well, Jesse, did you have fun making those sounds? You know what? Mr. Jesse wants to make his sounds again. So let's do something. Let's have Mr. Jesse make some sounds on his new toy, and we'll figure out what they are. Maybe we'll make 100. You think? Let's make 100. Hold your hand up in front of you. Ready? Go, Jess. What is it? It's a heartbeat. Is that right? We're going to make 100. You ready? Hold your hand up in front of you. Go, Jess. A train? You think that's what it is? Is it a train? Ah, we did it again. You want to do one more? Ready? Go, Jess. Is that a helicopter? Yay! Give yourselves a hand. You made 100. Boy, our imaginations are just a popping. But you know what? Miss Debbie can't read for long and do all that stuff without getting some wiggles out. Are you ready to get some wiggles out? Mr. Jesse's going to do a song called Jump. All right? Let's stand up. I want you to clap those hands. All right. Let's get these wiggles all out. Clap way up high. Touch those flamingos. Woo! Uh-oh. Now, clap in the middle. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Go all the way down. Go all the way down. All right. The name of this song is Jump. I want you to jump. Go, 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 go. Jump, 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 jump. Get all those wiggles out. Oh, oh, God. Oh, God. Woo. Oh, oh, my goodness. Look at all the, y'all are moving everything. Woo. Oh, oh, oh. You know what? I can't jump no more. You just keep right on going. Okay. I think that's good. Is all your wiggles out? Is all of them out? All right. Everybody have a seat on your body. Woo. Y'all are dealing with an old woman. I can't be jumping like that. Woo. Who used to do that song, Jesse? Van Halen. I can't be doing all that Van Halen. Woo. That's hard work. Good job, guys. Good job. Good job. Well, I got a book now that I think you've heard. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Put those hands in your lap. Let's see what's next. You ready? Let's turn those ears on. You ready? Hey, Allison did it. Let's do that. I had old Miss Allison last year in my class. She's so sweet. All right, guys. I got a book right now that I think you've heard, but I think you're going to enjoy it because I'm going to need some friends to help me with this. And Mr. Jesse's going to be calling on friends that are crisscross applesauce, hands in your lap, and he's going to be calling them. Let's see. Jesse, how about these? Will they help you to see our friends? This is a big crowd. They got to help us? Let's see. You just come up here to me whenever you do. Get out of his way.
I see a guy in a blue shirt.
Guy in a blue shirt right there with the green collar on. Come stand with me, buddy. That's you. He's looking around. It's you, sweetheart. Come here. Come here. You want to help me stand? Stand right here. Will you stand right here? Will you stand right there? Thank you, dear. All right, Jess. Who else you got? My dad. Who's got my dad on his shirt? You do? Will you come help me? Yeah. Give me my hand. Yay. Come on, sweetheart. Stay right here. All right, Jess, we need one more. Let's look. Yeah, well, we'll 3 more, don't we? The girl in the pink. Holding a little girl in her lap. Okay. Come on up, sweetheart. He can stand right here if he wants to. I know it. Look at my rock star I got up here. I'm so tickled. All right. Stay right here, baby. Stay right there. All right. Who else, Jess? Blonde hair and a red shirt. Where's Blonde? Oh, I see you. Come here, big man. Come here and help me stand. He's like, I don't want to do that. Why are you calling up? Come here, baby. Stay right here. Stay right here. Oh, that's 1, 2, 3, 4. We need one more, Jesse. He's looking. He's looking. Oh. The one that's looking back right now. Right here, baby. You, sweetie, come here and help us. Stay right here for me. Stay right here. We have got some things that I need for you to hold, okay? Will you hold that up? That's the chest. That's what that is. And this is the arm. Will you hold that up on your arm for me? Oh, he rocks. Good deal. Let's see what else I got in here. There. There's a hand. Can you do the... Oh, you already got red on. The head. Can you hold that up for me? And let's do one more. Oh, this is the funny part. What? Everybody say that. What? Oh, my goodness. Will you hold that up? All right. Let's see what this book's all about. This is called I Ain't Gonna Paint No More. And they're going to hold up different parts that this little boy paints. Will you help me do this? Oh, let's see what it's about. One day, my mama caught me painting on the floor, on the ceiling, on the walls, on the curtain, and even on the door. Oh, and I thought, Mama started yelling, "You ain't gonna paint no more." She took his paints away, didn't she? And she put them way up high in top of that closet, she did. But guess who was on the steps watching? He was, wasn't he? What's your name? Well, I saw where Mama put those paints, and I climbed up high. But I ain't gonna paint no more, I promise. But then that red got to looking at me. So I took some red and I painted my head. Hold up that head. Can you hold up that head? Good job. Well, what the heck? What if I go ahead and I just paint my neck? Very good. Point to your neck. Where's your neck? Oh, my goodness. Uh-oh. I guess there ain't no harm if I go ahead and I paint my chest. Oh, my goodness. Look at his tummy. He looks like an Easter egg. Oh, guess there ain't no harm, though. Here comes your part. Here ain't no harm if I paint my arm. Good job, buddy. Good job. But I just can't stand it if I don't paint my hand. Everybody hold up your hand. Let me see those pretty hands. Oh, I love it. Oh, then I see some black and I decide to paint my... Have you read this? You're too good. Back. Oh, like an Easter egg, I'm gonna paint my... I heard it. Oh, leg. Look at that leg. Hold your leg up. Oh. Now, I ain't gonna paint no more, though. That's it. That's all I'm gonna do. But still, I'm not complete until I paint my feet. Oh, look at his toes. Oh, my goodness. Now, I ain't gonna paint no more. But you know what? I am such a nut. Oh, Jesse, there's something in this book. We can't show that. I'm gonna paint my... Oh. What is that? Oh, we can't show all that. Oh. Now, y'all don't faint, because I ran out of paint, and I really ain't going to paint no more. That little boy finished painting. Yeah. Give our friends a hand for holding up all their stuff. Give our friends a hand. Thank you, sweetheart. You may have a seat. Thank you, rock star. No problem. Give me 5, buddy. Thank you. Good job. Hey, you know what? I think it's time we get some more wiggles out. That's what I think. Are you ready to stand up? Let's do this song. Let me tell you a real quick story about it. Mrs. Robin is on Good Morning America. And Miss Robin woke up one morning and she was so sad. She had just found out she was sick. And when she found out she was sick, she was very sad. Can you show me a sad face? And she said, I can either be sad or I can be very, very happy. This is what she did. She wrote a song. And it's called It's a Beautiful Day. I'm going to need your clapping hands for this one. Will you help me? Good job. Early in the morning, it's the dawn of a new day. New hopes, new dreams, new ways. Open up my eyes and open up my mind, and I wonder how life will surprise me today. Early in the morning, it's the dawn of a new day. New hopes, new dreams, new ways. Open up my eyes and open up my mind, and I wonder how life will surprise me today. Oh, it's a beautiful day. Oh, it's a beautiful day. It's a beautiful day. You know why it's a beautiful day? Because you're standing in the library. That's exactly right. Very, very, very good. 1, 2, 3, 4 bottoms on the floor. Good job. It is always a beautiful day. When you come to the library, this is the best place to turn on your imagination. That's exactly right. Well, Miss Debbie brought one more book. Oh, Miss Lorna, can they count their books that I've read today on there? Did you hear that? We're already 3 up for the day. Cool. This is more for the mamas than it is for us. I had to bring one for us. This is called The Dot. Here we go. This is, you've heard it, hadn't you? I know it. This is all about our creativity and the things that we can create. Let's see what Vanessa does. Art class was all over with, and Vanessa sat glued in her chair. That paper was all empty. Well, her teacher leaned over and she looked at that blank piece of paper and she said, "Oh, you got a polar bear in a snowstorm." Well, Vanessa had a mean look on her face. Can you show me a mean look? Ooh, scary. She said, "Very funny, teacher." She said, "Well, just make a mark and see where it takes you." So Vanessa grabbed her marker. Can you grab your marker with me? She grabbed that marker and she jabbed it right down on that paper. She said, there you go." Well, the teacher took that paper and she said, "Perfect. Now sign it. Will you sign that for me?" Vanessa said, "There's one thing that's true. I may not can draw, but I sure can write my name. So let's take our pencil." And she scribbled her name real fast on there. She said, "There." You think Vanessa was being very nice? Well, the next day she walked into art class, and there was her dot hanging on the wall. But this time it was in this old shiny frame, and she crossed her arms over her. Can you do that? Make that mean face. She said, "I can make a better dot than that." So she opened up her never-before-opened paints because, she couldn't draw. And she started making dots. And she even made dots where there weren't any paint at all. Look at there. Well, she even got so good that at school they had an art show. And they put all that art up in the hallway. And a little boy walked up to Vanessa and he said, "You are such a good painter. I wish I could do that." She said, "I bet you can. You just got to try. That's all you got to do." He said, "Oh, no. I can't even make a straight line with a ruler." That's pretty bad, isn't it? That's hard, isn't it, Allison? Ooh. Well, Vanessa smiled, and she handed him a pencil. Everybody grab your pencil. And she picked it up, and he did a little squiggly line. Make a squiggly line with me. Squiggly line across that paper. Oh, Vanessa looked at his paper and she said, huh, not bad. Now, will you please do something for me? Will you please sign it? Who asked her to sign her paper? The teacher. All that little boy had to do was what? Try. I heard it. Good job. Good job. Well, that's 3 books we got under our belt. We got if, we got the dot, and we got I ain't gonna paint no more, right? We got 3 books under there. Hey, you know what I almost forgot about? I wonder if Miss Lorna would come up here and help us. I almost forgot about our jar. That's right. You know our jar that we were going to fill up with imagination? You think it's full of anything? Think so? Miss Lorna, will you come see? We need to make sure. There's your little walking music. While you're coming up. Let's see. If anything falls out, we got to put it in something. So let me hold it. Here goes Rocky. All right. Okay, that's fine. Uh-oh. It's hot. It's hot. Ooh, you want to touch that? She got her apron on. I don't know. Let's see. Ooh, yeah, you got to hold it. Take that top off. Uh-oh. You ready? I hope we put something in it. Hot. Okay. Don't burn yourself. Ooh. Try one more turn. Yeah, try that, Miss Lorna. Oh, 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 it's hot. Are you ready? Let's see if it has anything in it. Look what we did. We filled up our jar with imagination. Yay! Thank you, Miss Lorna. Ooh, it's hot. That's right. Hot, hot, hot. Oh, my goodness. Give yourselves a hand. Give yourselves a hand. Well, we have got something a little bit different today than what Miss Deb's been doing, but I am so excited. I used to do, a long time ago, I had a friend that was called Varmint. And Mr. Varmint used to be with me at Smyrna, and sometimes he just kind of follows me around a little bit. Would you like to see him today? Would you like to see him? Let me go see if he's back here. Miss Donna's going to come up, and she's going to do a song with us. It's called Driving in Your Car. Do you remember that song? Do you remember that song? Oh, cool. Let me go see if he's back here, okay? I'm not real sure. I'm going to take this off. It might kind of scare him. Let me turn this off.
All the imagination that you all created. All right, let's do this all together. I'd like for everyone to stand up for just a moment. Varmint is a little bit slow. Everyone reach up high for me. I reach up high and I bend down low. I reach for the sky and I touch my toes. Okay, and I jump 3 times. 1, 2, 3, and I turn around 3 times. 1, 2, 3, and I sit flat on my bottom.
Whose voice is that out there? Who is that? I think I know that voice, but I can't tell you where.
Oh, Varmint.
It knows my name too. What's going on?
Varmint, it has been, 4 or 5 years since I've seen you.
Who is that woman right there? Who is it?
Varmint sometimes cannot see me. Oh, Varmint.
Whoa! Well, I remember that all right there. That's my Miss Donna! Hi, Flip. Oh, yeah. How are you, Miss Donna?
I am doing fabulous.
What's all these people? Hello, everybody. How you doing right there?
They came to see Miss Debbie and Jessie. Isn't that neat?
Get out. They came all the way up to see that. Oh, okay, all right. Well, I know it.
Miss Debbie has a beautiful voice, and you know that.
Well, get out of here. Well, how you been right there?
I've been doing wonderful. Since the last time I've seen you, I've had 2 grandchildren.
My goodness.
And wait, you're really gonna get this one.
What?
I got married. Can you believe that? Get up here.
Miss Donner,
Get up here.
I can't. My heart's broken. It fell in the floor right there. Uh-huh.
I'm sure you
Now
will
you
find
said,
someone else.
you said I was it. You said I was all of it right there.
Well, you are it, and you are all of it. You're just the shorter version.
Oh, I got you now.
All right, listen. We've
What?
got to let these friends get on with their day.
That's true.
But we've got to go driving in our car.
Can we do it, Miss Donner?
Would you guys like to go driving in your car today?
Let me get my stuff together, all right?
Together,
All right.
We'll go driving in the car. How many of you walked to the library today? Raise your hand. Excellent. How many of you rode a bicycle? Oh, yeah. How many of you came in a car? How about a van? How about a truck? Did anyone fly here in an airplane?
Well, I'm going with home with them.
I'm impressed. So one way or the other, you were going to get to the library, and that's a good thing. All right.
All right, I'm ready there, Miss Donner.
Here we go. I'm going to need you all to help sing along. So if you will stand up, because we get a little jazzy and we get a little dancey with the song. All right. We're ready, Miss Florida.
There's our music, Miss Donner. Go single right there.
You know what would be lots of fun? Go out. Get a car seat. Not play harness. Come on.
I'm a movie star, driving in my car.
I'm driving in my car, driving far. I'm a movie star, driving in my car.
You know what would be really cool if we put on our really fashionable cool sunglasses? Come on, let's do it. I've got my
They fall off of me right there. What do you
I'm driving
in my car, driving far. I'm a movie star, driving in my car. I'm driving in my car, driving far. I'm a movie star, driving in my car.
You know, all the movie stars that we
Hey, I got a scarf right there.
scarves that they wrap around their necks and let fly out in the wind.
How about that?
Scarves on
They
everybody.
good right there?
I've got my scarf round my neck.
Even that, even that.
I've got my sunglasses
She's hard right there.
on. I'm driving in my car.
Driving far. I'm a movie star, driving in my car.
We hit a bump. Uh-oh. We hit a bump.
You know, the sun is really, really hot.
Ooh, it's hot.
Out on our heads, it'll keep the
Let's
sun
see
out of our
right
eyes. It's so hot. Okay, everybody ready?
It don't match, but that's all right. We hit a bump there, Miss Donner. We hit a bump and listen at it. Boy, I'm taking this back. Oh, Miss Lorna Roxwood. What's wrong with her hair, Miss What? Now that'll work right there. I can't say, well, I couldn't see her. What's wrong with her hair? Don't tell nobody that. Yeah. Well, I think that job gone bad right there, Miss. Yeah. What's that boy right there do? Where'd he go? See up there? Hey, you. What do you do with that big thing?
Hey, Jessie, can you play some little music so we can dance around while Miss Florida gets her CD?
Don't lose your hair, Miss Warner. Oh, listen to this. Get out. That's good right there with your music. Oh, he knows what we like. Oh, no, can't do it. Sing it, Janet, sing it right there. Well, check it out right there. Doing that fancy handwork right there. Listen at him, Miss Donner. didn't tell me. Yep. That's right. ESPN and all that. Boy, give him a hand.
Keep your bottoms off the floor.
Well, there's a twist. Mm-hmm. Yeah.
We are getting ready to go driving in our car. One more time.
Don't hit in the bumps now, all right? Drive straight. No bumps there, Miss Luck. I hope her hair comes back. Boy. All right, here we go.
Hey, you know what would be lots of fun? Let's go out and get Whoa, right there. Come on, you can come with us. It'll be lots of fun.
Driving in my car, driving far. I'm a movie star.
Driving in my car.
I'm driving in my car, driving far. I'm a movie star. Driving in my car.
You know what would be really cool? Let's put on our
Put them sunglasses. Yep.
I've got my sunglasses on.
I'm driving in my car.
Woo, we cool. Look at us.
Driving in my car. I'm driving in my
Here's where the bump was. Be careful.
driving in my car.
You know, all the movie stars that we see, they always
Here she goes. I bet she's gonna tighten it up for
fly
me.
out. Let's put our
Yeah.
scarves on.
Oh, I don't know. That'd fall off right there. Oh, there it is. You just won't tie that on, mate.
Driving in my car. Driving
Oh, here she goes. Here she goes.
I'm a movie star. Driving in my car.
You know, the sun is really,
It's
really
hot.
Let's put a hat on our heads. It'll keep the sun out of our eyes.
Yeah, that'd be good right there.
I've got my hat on my head.
Ain't no hairs right there, Miss Hunter.
I've got my scarf around my neck. And I've got my sunglasses on. I'm driving in my car.
You're too cool.
Driving in my car. Driving in my car. Driving far. I'm a movie star. Driving in my car.
You know, when I was a little girl, I used to watch.
What you need?
All
Oh,
movies.
my doggy.
Always had a little teeny tiny poodle dog sitting on the seat right next to them.
Well, he worked. Me and the poodle. That worked. How's that?
Everybody ready?
Ain't it cute?
I've got my poodle dog next to me. I got my hat on my head. I got my scarf around my neck. And I got my sunglasses on. I'm driving in
Here
my
we
car.
go.
I'm a movie star. Driving in my car. I'm driving in my car. Driving far. I'm a movie star. Driving in my car.
You know, it wouldn't be the same if we didn't have really good
Music.
that we could look into. Let's put the radio on. I've got the radio turned on.
Hey, that's little Leonard Skinner right there, Miss Donner.
Oh, it's so
That's
cool.
good.
Can you
Look,
dig
pretty
it?
much.
Oh, it's so groovy. Let's dance.
Oh, yeah.
I've got my poodle dog next to me. I've got my hat on my head. I've got my scarf around my neck. And I've got my sunglasses on.
Watch the hole.
I'm a movie star. Driving in my car. Driving in my car. Driving far. I'm a movie star. Driving in my car. I'm driving in my car. Driving far. I'm a movie star. Driving in my car. Driving in my car. Driving far. I'm a movie star. Driving in my car.
Oh, what a good job right there. Oh, I gotta get that scarf off. Can't breathe. All right, now, here we go. Oh, I know it. You did a good
One,
job.
2, 3, 4. Put your bottoms on the floor.
You know what? I have missed you like crazy. I'm gonna tell you. Oh my goodness. Well, I'm so glad these friends came out right there.
I know you're so glad to have all of these friends. And how
Yes, sir.
that when I sent Miss Debbie and Mr. Bobby an invitation to the wedding,
Yeah.
I received a letter from Vernon.
That's right, you did. I had to have my piece right there. Uh-huh, I did. Yeah.
Okay, Laura, how about
Oh, good job right there. Bye, friends. Bye, Jesse. See you later. Bye, guys. Bye, Mister.
I don't know why she didn't hide.
I don't know. I think she got tired. I don't know. Not sure. All right. Bye, friends.
Good job.
Researchers certainly go to extreme lengths to observe primates, whether prosimian, monkey, or ape. But when it comes down to the survival of a species, it's certainly worth it. Ow. I think. Ever wonder what the difference is between an ape and a monkey? Or what makes an ape great? Ever dream of making a lifetime career in the jungles of Africa? Or wonder what you can do to help save an endangered species right from your own home? It's all ahead on The Great Ape Story. Conservation work is seldom easy, but the need for it is critical. And as you'll see, the rewards extend far beyond a single animal or habitat. Hi, I'm Julie Scardina, SeaWorld and Busch Gardens Animal Ambassador, and this is a program on primates. More specifically, this is The Great Ape Story. It's estimated that there are over 600 species of primates in the world. And before we zero in on the great apes, let's take a quick look at some of the differences, similarities, and classifications in Primates 101. The order Primates consists of two major suborders: prosimians, such as lemurs and lorises, and anthropoids, which include monkeys, apes, and even humans. Let's start with the monkeys. You've got your Old World monkeys, coming from Europe, Asia, and Africa, and your New World monkeys, coming from the Americas. The obvious differences between Old and New World monkeys have to do with the shape of their noses, the number of teeth, the range of their territory, and tail usage. Most New World monkeys can use their tails for grasping at branches. They have prehensile tails. On the other hand, Old World monkeys with tails can use them for balance when jumping, but they can't wrap them around branches to help them hang on. There's also a difference between monkeys and apes. The easiest way to figure out monkey or ape is to look for a tail. Most monkeys have tails, but no apes have tails. Overall, monkeys are more like other mammals than apes and humans are. For example, because of their skeletal structure, monkeys move more like a cat or a dog than apes and humans. And on the evolutionary line leading to humans, most scientists believe that monkeys split off long before apes did. Are you ready to graduate to Primates 102? Moving on to the two categories of apes. There are the lesser apes found in Southeast Asia with features that make them distinctly different than our featured creatures, the great apes. Of all terrestrial mammals, apes seem to most resemble humans. They can walk upright, they have human-like features, they're social creatures which form family groups, and they make and use tools. Maybe that's why we're so fascinated by them. We can relate. There are 4 species of great apes: chimpanzees, bonobos, orangutans, and gorillas. Each has its similarities, each its differences. One thing they do all have in common: they are all very endangered. But before we jump ahead to conservation, let's get to know a little bit more about each ape individually. Chimpanzees are found in Central and West Africa, where the region consists of humid forest, deciduous woodland, or mixed savanna. They eat fruits, seeds, stems, bark, insects, and meat, with 90% of their diet coming from fruits and vegetation. Chimps live an average of 30 to 40 years in the wild, but can reach up to 55 years of age in managed situations like zoological parks. Chimpanzees' arms are very long, which make them good climbers and allow them to move quickly through trees and branches. And they have opposable thumbs, which they use for many things, including creating and using tools. They've been known to use sticks to fish out termites to eat and crumpled leaves to soak up water to drink. Genetically, it's believed chimps are more like humans than any other mammal. And like us, they're very social animals, using facial expressions, vocalizations, and even kisses to communicate with members of their group. As they age, their fur turns gray, and they even go bald. Closely related to the chimpanzee is the highly endangered bonobo. Bonobos can only be found in one country in the whole world, the rainforests of Africa's Congo, in a small range between the Zaire and the Kasai rivers. This limited territory may serve as a detriment to this species' survival, as habitat loss becomes more prevalent with encroaching activities. At first glance, bonobos look similar to chimpanzees, being about the same height at the shoulder. But the bonobo's overall build is more slender, and they can weigh 20% less than chimps. They have rounder heads with flatter muzzles, smaller ears, and hairy tufts on either side of their head. Bonobos spend more time in the trees than their chimpanzee cousins, confidently leaping among the branches, and even walking upright along them like a tightrope walker. Like chimps, bonobos have complex communication abilities and close family structures, particularly mother and offspring, including not only babies, but fully grown sons. Another member of the great ape family is the orangutan, which literally means person of the forest. Orangutans are the only great ape from Asia, specifically Sumatra and Borneo. Their limited range of natural habitat has been significantly reduced in recent years due to logging and development. This, combined with hunting, has put the orangutan on the endangered species list. Orangs live up to 50 years of age, and unlike other great apes, are solitary by nature. This may be related to their need for huge quantities of fruits and plants to eat. Travel in pairs or groups would mean more competition for a limited food source. A couple unique features of the male orangutan are the enormous cheek pads around its face and the large throat sac. This sac enables them to make long calls, a sound which helps them define their territory. Rounding out the great apes is the gorilla, which is found in Central Africa. The western lowland gorillas range includes the People's Republic of Congo, Gabon, Central African Republic, and Equatorial Guinea. The mountain gorilla is found in Rwanda, Uganda, and the Democratic Republic of Congo, formerly known as Zaire. Like the other great ape species, they eat mostly plants, but also some invertebrates such as termites and ants. Even with a mostly vegetarian diet, males can weigh up to 400 pounds, and females can weigh over 200 pounds. As the males mature, they acquire a silvery gray color across their back and upper thighs, giving them the title of silverback. As intimidating as they may appear, silverbacks are tender caregivers, often babysitting for their offspring when the female needs to forage on her own without the interruption of her playful young. Like the other great apes, gorillas are endangered, primarily as a result of habitat loss and logging, war in the region, and poaching or illegal hunting. But through conservation efforts, attempts are being made to preserve their habitats. One example, Busch Gardens supported the Mbeli Bai study of western lowland gorillas in the northern Congo. This resulted in groundbreaking data that will help us understand this species and their habitat needs. Gaining a better understanding of a species is an important piece of the conservation puzzle, and the information field researchers collect provides a crucial foundation. Next, you'll meet two researchers whose interest in primates took them from Tampa, Florida, to the African jungles.
While I was working at Busch Gardens with the chimps and gorillas, I wrote a lot of the projects that were out in the field. In 1995, Busch Gardens started funding a western lowland gorilla study in northern Congo. And at that point, I contacted them, and through the affiliation with Busch Gardens, I was able to go out to Mbeli Bai, the Gorilla Study Center, and work as a volunteer.
Dave got his start as an inquisitive zoo camper at Busch Gardens, Tampa, when he was only 6 years old.
During zoo camp, they would take us out on the feed truck once in a while, and I always looked forward to that because it was we got to see behind the scenes and get up close to the animals and feed them.
These up-close experiences left a lasting impression on Dave. His 4 years as a zoo camper laid the groundwork for what would later become his life's work. After college, he accepted a conservation position at Busch Gardens Tampa, which then led him to Africa. After spending time on the gorilla study at Mbeli Bai, Dave transferred his focus to chimpanzees.
We're monitoring a community of chimpanzees that are found in an area called the Gualogo Triangle. And over a period of time, we hope to learn about the size of the community, just how many chimps are in that area, and how far these chimpanzees range, what sizes their groups are, what kind of foods they're eating, and what type of force they need to survive. And we hope to use this information to better prepare other areas where chimpanzees will be affected by humans that are moving in.
Most chimpanzees have learned to fear humans.
There are still forests where the animals don't know human beings, and they're still intact, and we can help protect those forests.
Deep down, I always knew that I wanted to go to Africa, and in my heart, I knew I'd get there somehow, but the Mbeli Bai study allowed me to get into the field and follow my dream.
In the late 1990s, Busch Gardens conservation specialist Tina Goody traded in the creature comforts of home for the extreme creatures of the Ndoki National Park in the African Congo. The Lowland Gorilla Research Project at Mbeli Bai provides valuable information in understanding the behaviors and habitat needs of this animal. And for Tina, the project required intense, hands-on data collection in a very unique location.
This observation study, which is the longest running study of its kind, has actually been able to look into the world of the western lowland gorilla, which has been virtually unable to be seen due to the dense forest area. At first glance, you look at a gorilla, they all look the same from a distance. But using telescopes, video cameras, and still photography, we were able to look at nostrils, nose prints, coloration differences in size and behavior to identify all these gorillas.
After about a year at Mbeli Bai, Tina returned to her job at Busch Gardens Tampa, but she came back with a greater understanding of gorillas and new information that was shared and applied on site.
Anheuser-Busch has supported the Mbeli Bai project for several years, and one of the most important supports of that is to actually bring this information back into the park, into Busch Gardens, into education, to teach people about this wonderful place and these amazing animals and how to conserve it for the future.
If you've ever thought about field research as a part of your career path, take some tips from an expert.
Follow your dream. Take the steps to make that dream come true. Field researchers are always looking for a way to get people that are dedicated and inspired involved and in the field. We can do this together. We can make a difference.
Close your eyes and imagine a place where endangered primates can roam safely, where they can forage for food from real plants and trees, swing from branches, and keep cool in the midst of a waterfall. Now open your eyes and take a look at one such place, Mayombe Reserve, the Great Ape Domain at Busch Gardens in Tampa, Florida. The goal of any zoological park is to offer an entertaining and educational experience for guests, while providing a nurturing, comfortable home for the animal. But beyond this accomplishment lies an even greater opportunity: to study the animal and its environment, and to impact its survival. Zoological parks strive for naturalistic habitats which allow for and encourage behaviors primates exhibit in the wild. Busch Gardens Tampa identified the need for a state-of-the-art primate environment and spent 6 years planning their great ape habitat. Mayombe would contain almost 3 acres of terrain, with the chimps and gorillas each having 12,000 square feet of their own yard space. You guys have space, you give them enrichment, it takes a lot of work, but what behaviors then are you gratified to see that, they would be the same types of behaviors that you might see out in the wild or something like that?
They have a lot of social behaviors here that you would see in the wild. The main one is grooming. They do a lot of grooming to help appease some of their social conflicts. Also tool use. They use tools in the wild to get termites out of mounds. We actually have an artificial termite mound here, and they use it exactly like they would in the wild by using sticks from their habitat to find the proper ones to fit to get out their goods.
Really? So they go and they find just the right stick, or do they actually modify it as well?
Usually they just go out and find the proper sticks, and they will break it down if it's too long.
I've seen the adults use the tools to get inside the termite mound. Have you actually seen the baby use them yet?
Yes, he started, of course, just watching as a youngster with his mom, and now he's progressed so much that he actually will gather his own tools and use them in the termite mound.
Oh, that is so cool. Busch Gardens spent over 9 months constructing this habitat, and great effort went into recreating the varied terrain of West Central Africa, including the creation of rolling hills, rock outcroppings, caves, and waterfalls. The attempt to make this habitat similar to the ape's natural environment is one aspect important to their overall well-being.
There's different deadfalls throughout the yard and also different levels, and the different levels is to encourage them to climb, and of course the deadfalls, there's some that are laying on their side to encourage balancing, walking over different objects, and climbing as well. And the waterfalls, yes, they will go down occasionally and just to look at the water and the fish and the turtles that are in the water as well.
What are some of the things that you've seen them do out here, some of the activities and behaviors?
We try to do something different for them each and every day, so they'll have a different activity. As I said, we do have the termite mound. We do have actually holes drilled in some of their deadfalls, so we can put peanut butter and things like that in for them to manipulate and get out.
This attention to detail gives the animal a natural sense of home, but it also serves another purpose. With the largest glass viewing area in the U.S., Miami gives guests an up-close and personal look at how gorillas and chimpanzees live on a daily basis. Is it necessary to consider all these details in the making of an exhibit? The answer is yes, if it helps in the preservation of a species. As part of their conservation efforts, Busch Gardens participates in the internationally recognized Species Survival Plan, or SSP. Many animals have been helped by this cooperative management program designed to maintain genetic diversity of an endangered species. In simple terms, the SSP helps keep the gene pool healthy. So I know this year we had 2 new male gorillas transferred from the Denver Zoo. Was that part of a species survival plan?
Correct. We did have a male gorilla and his son come in, Kundu, who's 27, and his son, who is 7 years old. It's very important to relocate animals according to the species survival plan in hopes that they'll have offspring and to produce a more widespread gene pool.
And were they able to be introduced to the rest of the group right away?
We had to go through a slow introduction just so they could visually see each other, and then we had them so they could touch each other, and then we got to the step where we could actually put them in together.
So I would imagine that in the future we get some breeding?
Yes, we're hoping that our male Kundu will breed with one of our females.
A healthy habitat is crucial to the well-being of an animal, and Miami has been a proving ground for the success of a well-planned environment for great apes. But it also provides a setting to help educate the general public about chimpanzees and gorillas, as well as playing a critical role in helping to conserve the species. Ultimately, what we can learn about these animals will only aid in the fight to save them.
Miami is great because the guests can come in and get an up-close view of the animals and gain a respect for the animals, and then you can teach them how important it is to get a conservation message out to them so they can get educated and know what they have to do to help save the species.
A little farther from home, in Kenya to be exact, there's a safe place for chimps who have not had the best of care. Connected to the Jane Goodall Institute, Sweetwater's Chimpanzee Sanctuary is the only one of its kind in Kenya and is home to 26 orphaned and rescued chimps who have found a wonderful place to expend their energy. What's so special about chimps?
Well, any which way you look at it, they are our closest relatives. They are active compared to the orangutans and the gorillas, as you see. They hardly sit still for 2 seconds. They got a great sense of humor.
But these chimps weren't laughing much before they came to Sweetwater's. Abused or abandoned, many of them were orphaned when their parents were killed by illegal hunting or from habitat loss from logging of the rainforest and even from the illegal pet trade. What's going to stop this in the end?
We have to stop to buy any tropical timber. We have to stop the complete ruin and cutting down of their habitat, which is also the habitat of a lot of other animals that needs protection. Because if we get rid of the rainforest, there's a lot of other issues involved. Apart from all the animals, there's medical plants there, we don't even know what they are, which chimps knows certain medical plants and what they're used for that we haven't even found yet. And to destroy all this without having sought the knowledge is sacrilege to me.
In the meantime, the chimps are safe at Sweetwaters, with plenty of space to roam and lots of food to eat. And like the chimps at Mayombe, the Sweetwater chimps play an important role in educating the public. What are some of the things that you think of from a zookeeper standpoint that they can do, from a zoo standpoint that they can do to help the situation?
Well, first of all, information to the public, of course. Information education to the public that visits the zoos of what the status is like in the wild, and also what the problems are. The problems of the bushmeat, the problems of the logging, the byproduct of it, which we get, and the problem we have on looking after them simply because nothing's free in this world. And as we know, chimps live for 50 years or more.
Well, you guys are doing a wonderful job here at Sweetwater Sanctuary, and Jane Goodall Institute has done a wonderful job of setting it up and making sure we do have a place to care for these elephants.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
March 12, 2003 marked a special day in the history of Busch Gardens, Tampa. For the first time ever, a baby orangutan was born at this zoological park. Safe and healthy, adding another member to the family of orangutans at Busch Gardens.
Alina, you are so cute. You just keep getting cuter. Yes, you do.
She is so adorable.
Yes, this is Alina. Hi. She's a 10-month-old Bornean orangutan, and she was born here at Busch Gardens. And her name, Alina, is actually Malaysian, and it means to create a friendly and sociable nature, which she does because every time somebody sees her, they smile.
Absolutely. Now, when did you find out that her mom, Dayak, was pregnant?
We found out, it was about a month into her pregnancy when we found out that she was expecting. And one of the things that we started right away with Dayak is a maternal training program for her, because we realized that she had been hand-raised at the zoo where she was born. So we wanted to make sure that she had as many skills as possible to help take care of Alina when she was born.
What were some of the most important behaviors that you were thinking about teaching Dayak before the actual birth?
Some of the things that we did is because she was also a first-time mother, we trained her on different behaviors like bringing novel objects to the mesh and holding them at the mesh for a couple minutes. So in case she wouldn't let Alina nurse, we could actually bottle feed Alina because she would hold the baby up against the mesh. And then with her dad, Skinny, we started teaching him a behavior of gentle because we wanted to make sure that he was very gentle with her. So we would take a stuffed animal, orangutan, and present it at the mesh and ask him to touch it gently, things like that.
After all the preparation, there were complications with the birth, and the decision was made to hand-raise Alina. Coffee explains why.
We think one of the main reasons is because she had to have an emergency cesarean, which means that she never had a natural birth, so she basically had no idea where Alina came from. And since she was a first-time mother as well, that connection just never clicked. We decided that we were going to give her 24-hour care if that needed to happen, if we needed to hand-raise her. So she's been having 24-hour care ever since the day that she was born, and that really makes a big difference in a great ape's psychological development, is having that 24-hour care, because that's what they would get with their mother.
Alina quickly became an ambassador to teach people about orangutans and the other great apes as well. Coffee, do you find that the public is very interested in her?
Very, very interested in her. What we've done is we bring her up to the Nairobi field station here and have her there in front of the windows for about an hour every day. We have a keeper on the sidewalk educating, so we make sure to get the right message across, and it is really neat to see someone walk up who has no idea about what a great ape is like or what they're about, and then 20 minutes later have that person walk away with a completely different understanding, knowing all about orangutans, what it's like to hand raise them, and their plight in the wild. So it's worked out really well for us.
What a difference one little baby can make, huh?
She's educated a lot of people.
Now, what about her future? What's in store for her?
We hope to do an introduction with the adults probably in the next couple months, because we want to make sure that she knows how to be an orangutan, and the longer she's with an orangutan mom, the more likely she is going to be to take care of her own offspring. So of course we want her to be a good mother when the time comes.
Around the world, people are pulling together to help save the great apes. Birute Galdikas, president and co-founder of the Orangutan Foundation International, has devoted her life's work to helping this endangered species.
OFI is an organization that is dedicated to the preservation of orangutans and the tropical rainforest habitat in the wild.
What do you look as your most satisfying change that has happened since 1971 when you first went there to right now?
Well, the most important change, and it's very profound, is that the national park, which then didn't exist, is now protected.
Through education about the plight of orangutans, the #1 source of habitat destruction, logging, has been stopped in this park. OFI's partnerships with organizations such as Busch Gardens help increase awareness and ultimately aid in the fight to preserve this precious habitat.
Education is the first step in increasing awareness, increasing consciousness that these problems do exist in the real world, that orangutan populations are going extinct. People need to know about this. And so all the education programs that Busch Gardens has are very valuable in this regard.
Results from a study determine the future course of a project and can send researchers down unexpected paths. So when the original mission changes direction, flexibility is crucial.
The mission of OFI has changed over the years in the sense that initially we were concentrating on the orangutans themselves, but now most of our effort is going to protect the habitat, you know?
Because without habitat, you're not going to have any wild orangutans or other animals anyway.
Exactly.
A lot of caring people at Orangutan Foundation International, Busch Gardens, and other organizations are working together to make a difference in the plight of the great apes and add one more baby to the population count. Her name is Alina.
Even though you may not live in Africa or Asia, there are many things that you can do to aid in the preservation of great apes and other endangered species right from your own backyard. First, be an informed consumer. Logging is a major cause of habitat loss, so refuse to buy wood from the rainforest. Wood such as teak, mahogany, and rosewood unless it's certified sustainable and legal. Even being aware of where your paper products come from can make a big difference. Palm oil and other plantation exports often harm forest habitat as well. Secondly, ecotourism is growing more and more popular, and it's getting easier to visit lodges and sanctuaries where these animals actually live. This helps the economy, which motivates locals to save species and habitat. Support organizations that you know help endangered species. Send a donation to the organization of your choice. Become aware of their programs and see how you might get involved. And lastly, contact your local zoological park. Find out what they're doing to raise awareness and help conserve these species. As I said at the beginning, conservation work is seldom easy. But at Busch Gardens and SeaWorld, we don't just think it's worth the effort, we know it is. Change always starts with just one person. Will it be you? I'm Julie Scardina, saying thanks for caring about the great ape story.
Hi, I'm Jenny Bush, Conservation Ambassador for the Anheuser-Busch Adventure Parks. SeaWorld, Busch Gardens, and Discovery Cove are dedicated to the conservation and preservation of wildlife. And we believe the stories like the one you just experienced need to be told. The primates featured in this program are just a few of the many species that benefit from the SeaWorld and Busch Gardens Conservation Fund, a nonprofit charitable organization dedicated to habitat protection, wildlife research, animal rescue, and conservation education. Your support to the continued viewing of programs like this is appreciated. I encourage you to learn all you can about animals and their environment. Remember, we're all interconnected. What happens to them eventually happens to us. So we need to protect them and their habitats. Together, we can make a difference.
episode of NASA Connect, learn how ancient cultures observed seasonal cycles and how the sun played a part in their observations. We'll also conduct a cool hands-on activity measuring shadows created by the sun and a gnomon. Stay tuned for another exciting episode of NASA Connect, Ancient Observatories.
Wow, or welcome to NASA Connect. I'm Jennifer Polate, and this is the National Museum of the American Indian.
And I'm Dr. Stan Odenwald at an archaeological site in Mexico. Hola! This is NASA Connect, the show that connects you to math, science, technology,
and NASA. On today's program, you will see how ancient cultures found a connection to the stars. You will also learn how many of these societies were very sophisticated when making celestial observations.
You'll also learn about the mathematics and geometry used by these ancient peoples to make their observations. What you will learn today will absolutely astound you. But first, Jennifer, tell us about that building that you're in.
Sten, this is the newest museum in our nation's capital. As you enter the museum, hundreds of written and spoken words meaning welcome in native languages throughout the Americas are projected onto this wall. These people, not only here in the Americas, but also their brothers and sisters in Africa, Asia, Europe, and the Pacific, looked at our starry skies. All of these people had a connection to the sun. In the museum, this room celebrates the sun. From this circle, the 4 cardinal directions, north, south, east, and west, extend out of the building. The angles of solstices and equinoxes are mapped on the floor. A light spectrum is cast by the sun, which shines through the prisms set into the south-facing wall. Each prism is sighted to the sun for a particular time of day and season. The dramatic designs in this modern museum show the connection between astronomy, nature, and people. That connection is the key to understanding how the ancients looked at our universe, which is the theme of today's program. Today, we will talk to Native American astronomers. Dr. Sten Odenwald will treat us to the foundations of astronomy as we know it today, and he will fill us in on the celestial accomplishments of the Mayans. Throughout the program, you will be asked to answer several inquiry-based questions. After the questions appear on the screen, your teacher will pause the program to allow you time to answer and discuss the questions. This is your time to explore and become critical thinkers. Now, let's learn more about ancient observatories. The science of interpreting the relationship between the sun and the daily lives of primitive people is called archaeoastronomy. Archaeo meaning archaeology, and astronomy meaning the study of stars. Observing celestial phenomena is the one constant that unifies humankind throughout space and time. Ancient man knew celestial events followed cycles, circles, and these events could be recorded. Approximately 5,000 years ago, they devised a way to place stones in certain positions to align for lunar and solar events. Events like seasons were noted and found to recur regularly with certain positions of the sun and stars.
The Earth spins on its axis once every day and gives us the familiar experience of daytime and nighttime. For thousands of years, humans have used this cosmic cycle to regulate their workday, their meals, and their sleep. The Earth orbits the sun once every year, and from this we get the familiar 365-day cycle. Earth's orbit around the sun is an ellipse. Basically, that means an oval, with the sun offset from the center of the ellipse. Does this mean that we have summer when the Earth is closest to the sun and winter when the Earth is farthest from the sun? The surprising fact is that the distance from the Earth to the sun has absolutely nothing to do with the changing seasons. Our northern hemisphere is closest to the sun in January and farthest from the sun in July. So what is causing the change in temperature? Earth's axis is tilted by 23.5 degrees from a line perpendicular to Earth's orbit. What does this mean? To understand this tilt, we have to use a bit of basic geometry. An angle has two sides and a vertex. The sides are rays that share a common endpoint called the vertex. The angle formed by two rays can be named in a variety of ways. For example, the angle formed by ray AB and ray AC can be named angle BAC, angle CAB, or angle A for short. Notice that A must be the middle letter in both three-letter names, because it's the vertex. You can measure angles using a protractor. The unit of measure is degrees. Angles can be classified by their measures as acute, right, obtuse, and straight. If the Earth rotated on its axis perpendicular to or at a right angle to the orbit, there would be no changes in temperature. The Earth rotates at an angle 23.5 degrees from this perpendicular line. It's a very small tilt, but enough to affect the sun's rays hitting the Earth. This is a great time to pause the program and think about the following questions. Why is the area near Earth's equator hotter than the areas near the poles? If the tilt of Earth's axis measured 33 degrees rather than 23.5, how might seasonal changes and temperature ranges differ? Teachers, it's now time to pause the program. The tilt of the Earth's axis gives us our seasons, and because of the extremes in heat and cold, it's very important to keep track of the changing seasons if you're growing food. This seasonal cycle is important to ancient and even modern people. In some parts of the world, like the arid climates of the southwest states of the USA, the growing season was so short that people could not waste much time getting the seeds in the ground at the start of spring. But how do we predict when the growing season will begin in the spring? For that matter, how can we tell when the other seasons begin and end? It turns out that just by keeping track of how high up the sun gets over the horizon at noon, you can determine the start of the seasons exactly. Almost all ancient people that relied on planting times discovered this little relationship. The start of the four seasons, summer, fall, winter, and spring, are noted by what astronomers call the summer solstice, the fall equinox, the winter solstice, and the spring equinox. At the start of summer, around June 21st in the northern hemisphere, the sun is at its highest point above the horizon at noon. As the sun begins its movement back away from its maximum height, the number of daylight hours has declined to an equal number of daylight and nighttime hours. This is the fall equinox near September 21st. A few months later, the path of the sun arrives at its lowest point at noon. The sun spends very little time above the horizon of the northern hemisphere, and the night is much longer than day. Welcome to the winter solstice, or start of winter, around December 21st. After a few more months, the path of the sun works its way higher in the sky, eventually arriving at a path where day and night are equal. This happens March 21st at the spring equinox, a vital time for planting crops.
Archaeoastronomers have found three types of early observatories: simple markers, circles of stone and wood, and temples. Early on, markers were used to create sight lines to the horizon, so that during the equinox or solstice, the sun would appear to rise exactly on the sight line. Stonehenge in England was set up this way, as were a number of ancient Native American buildings, such as the ones at Chaco Canyon in New Mexico and Hovenweep in Utah. England's Stonehenge is one of the earliest examples of an observatory in Europe. Stonehenge is a large calendar capable of predicting the equinoxes and the solstice. Before Stonehenge, in 3000 BC, the ancient Egyptians had devised a solar calendar of 365 days, the starting point of which hinged on the heliacal rising of the star Sirius, which also happened to coincide with the summer solstice and the annual flooding of the Nile. By being in touch with celestial phenomenon and their natural surroundings, the ancient Egyptians were able to predict events of great significance in their desert environment. At Abu Simbel, massively carved statues of Ramses the Great face east to greet the sun god Re, the bringer of light. As the sun rises each day, the statues are illuminated again, perhaps a sign of rebirth for Ramses. But the most compelling is a passage to the temple's inner sanctuary, which is aligned so that on October 18th, the sun filters into the sanctuary, illuminating a statue of Ramses. While October 18th doesn't mean much to us in the Western world, this October date corresponds to the beginning of the Egyptian civil year and the celebration that occurred during the time in which Ramses lived.
It was the Greeks, however, that created the first portable cosmological tool for keeping track of these motions, a stick. The Greeks actually called it a gnomon, and it was used to keep track of the shadow of the sun. Actually, it's a little bit more difficult than that because the shadow depends on your latitude. Again, if you are not near the equator, the shadow will be shortest during the summer solstice and longest during the winter solstice. For the spring equinox and fall equinox, the shadow will be halfway between the shadow lengths at the solstices. In the southern hemisphere, the shadows will be reversed, just as you all know the seasons are reversed. When it's summer in the United States, it's winter in Argentina. This all works pretty well if you're not at the equator. At the equator, the summer solstice sun casts a shadow in a southerly direction, and the winter solstice sun casts a shadow in the northerly direction. During the equinox, at the equator, the shadow disappears. Oh, and another thing that they were used for is sundials. And it looks to me like it's time to go back to Jennifer.
Okay, guys, let's take a look at how a gnomon works and see the angle of the sun at certain times during the day. Students from Newcomb Elementary School in Newcomb, New Mexico will preview this show's hands-on activity.
Yat hello! We are students from Newcomb Elementary School. We are located in the Navajo Reservation in the Four Corners region of New Mexico. Tracking the passage of the sun in the sky continues to play a very important role in the life of our Navajo culture.
Traditional Navajo still use this system of tracking the sun's shadows to tell time and to tell the changing of the seasons. For example, when my grandfather herds sheep, he does not wear a watch like this. He uses the sun's shadow to tell time. It also helps him to tell when to take the sheep back home in their corral. It also helps him to tell when to plant corn and watermelon on his farm.
NASA Connect asked us to show you this program's hands-on activity.
In this activity, the students will make sun shadow plots every half hour, marking the ends of the shadows made by the sun and a gnomon.
You can download a copy of the Educator Guide from the NASA Connect website for directions and a list of materials.
Turn a cardboard box upside down. Tape a large piece of paper to the cardboard box. Draw two lines that are perpendicular to each other, from top to bottom, and the other from left to right across the paper. Mark its center with a dot. And make a very small hole in the center of the box using the point of a scissors. Stick the gnomon through the dot and the hole in the cardboard. Secure it with tape so that 10 centimeters is sticking straight up out of the box. Use a protractor to make sure the gnomon is perpendicular to the box. On a clear sunny day, find a large flat area. Tape the box to the ground on all four sides. Starting as early in the morning as possible, mark the end of the gnomon's shadow every half hour until the end of the day. Next to the dot, label the time of the day it was marked. You will analyze the data you collect by measuring angles and length. Remove the gnomon and draw a straight line from each dot to the hole that the gnomon was placed in. Measure and record the angle between the horizontal line drawn through the center of the paper and each marked shadow. Then, measure and record the length of each shadow. Using geometry, find and label true north on your sun shadow plot. Verify local solar noon using shadow length times and sunrise-sunset times. How do the lengths, positions, and angles of the shadows change? What do the changes tell you about the position of the sun throughout the day? Would the curve change if you used a different sized gnomon to cast the shadow?
And don't forget to check out this cool web activity for this program. You can download it from the NASA Connect website.
Great job, you guys. All right, let's review. We've seen how ancient cultures used the Sun-Earth connection to mark the season. And you've seen an activity which uses the placement of shadows to record the movement of the sun across the sky. Research regarding Native American astronomy has recently begun to gain headway in archaeoastronomy. Let's look at the ways Native cultures in the Americas use the Sun-Earth connection. Nancy Maryboy and David Begay are two indigenous astronomers from the Navajo Nation.
Yat-e, hello. We're here in Hovenweep National Park in southern Utah. I'm a Cherokee Navajo. I live not far from here, and I'm an educator on the Navajo Nation. A cultural astronomer means you deal with the astronomy of your own culture, and we put things within the context of a native worldview. Right behind me on the boulder, you can see an indication of a solar phenomena. On the boulder, there's two images. One's a concentric circle, one's a spiral. As the sun begins to rise, shafts of light come in from each direction. And as the sun continues to rise, the lights meet in the center. This only happens once a year. This phenomenon occurs on the longest day of the year and is a very appropriate way to mark time. This can be a very harsh environment to live in. It can be hot, it can be cold, and it can be very dry. In order to survive, people had to live in accordance with the natural environment, and that meant the natural cosmic environment, the sun, the moon, and the stars. It was very important to track the path of the sun and the moon and certain constellations, and to do that, people used natural markers like petroglyphs and sun and moon alignments. Remember, there was no watches, there was no timekeepers, there was no calendars.
My name is David Begay. I am a cultural astronomer. I've been living out here for many years. My clan is Maidishkijni. This clan is a descendant from the Jemez Pueblo people. And here is one of the structure at Hovenweep National Monument. This structure had many purposes, one of which was an observatory. The ancient had a profound respect for the movement of the sun and the stars. On the longest day of the year, the sun shines through an opening and the light falls on a marker. What people experience here is really a cultural experience. It's a whole life experience. People felt the movement of the sun. People felt the movement of the moon. It was a daily experience. Among the Navajo people, for the sun, when it reaches summer solstice, it's a total life experience. People used to talk about the solstice being a 4-day phenomenon. People used to say, the sun spent 4 days before it starts moving back the other way. So it's really something that was experienced, it was talked about, it was a part of the culture, it's been passed on through the generation. I think people talk about these movements in terms of days. I'm not sure if you can really call it special math. I don't think tracking the sun down to the second was important at that time.
These buildings and boulders are remnants of ancient civilizations, much like the ruins in Rome, the ruins in Greece. And today, they're still very relevant to us out here in the Southwest. We still see the same sky, and we're in awe of the technology that was employed to build these buildings and capture these solar and lunar alignments. Today, we look in the sky, we use some of the same knowledge that the ancestral Pueblans used. We use it for planting, we use it for setting ceremonies, and we use it to keep the earth in order. The balance between earth and sky is still very important to Native peoples.
Thanks, Nancy, and thanks, David. You know, guys, one of the earliest Native American structures to observe the sun and the stars is Casa Rinconada, located in the Chaco Cultural National Historical Park. Casa Rinconada is a large kiva. Kivas are large circular rooms used for ceremonies by Native American cultures. Like Hovenweep, on the day of the summer solstice, a beam of light from an opening in the kiva precisely illuminates a niche in the far wall. For years, Chaco Canyon was primarily seen as a trade center, but with the advent of archaeoastronomy, Chaco is beginning to be seen as a center of astronomy and cosmology. So far on today's program, we have seen how the relationship between the sun and the earth weaved a connection between all ancient cultures. Now, much of the information from those cultures has been lost to us. However, other cultures have recorded that information, and now that information is being interpreted. For a look at one of these ancient cultures, let's return to Dr. Sten Odenwald.
Thanks, Jen. Perhaps the greatest ancient astronomers were the Mayans, who lived right here where I'm standing. The Mayans inhabited the Yucatan Peninsula in Mexico and Guatemala. These people made astronomical and seasonal observations which rivaled anything seen in Europe during the Roman Empire or the Dark Ages. These amazing people mapped the heavens, they evolved the only true writing system native to the Americas, and they were masters of mathematics. They invented calendars that are still accurate today, and without metal tools, beasts of burden, or even the wheel, they were able to construct vast cities with an amazing degree of architectural perfection and variety. The largest structure at this site is El Castillo, the castle. That these temple builders were mathematically precise in their architectural designs is borne out by the natural phenomena which occur during the fall and spring equinoxes. In the spring, as the sun rises, the shadow cast on the steps appear to form the body of a serpent which slithers down the stairs. Here at Chichen Itza, there is a structure unlike anything else ever created by the ancient Mayans. It's called El Caracol, and it actually looks like a modern observatory. Its design didn't function the same way as our modern observatories. Instead, its walls contain many windows. Inside the dome, stones could be removed, enabling the Mayan astronomers to observe different parts of the sky. The Mayans looked at the sky differently from any other civilization. Being near the equator, the equinox passages were easier and more accurate to determine because the sun cast no shadow at local noon during this time. They also had great veneration for the Milky Way. They called it the World Tree. The star clouds that form the Milky Way were seen as the tree of life, from which all life came. The Mayans also had their unique constellations. Like today's zodiac, they had their scorpion. Gemini, which appears to us as twins, however, was seen as a peccary, a nocturnal animal in the pig family. Other zodiac symbols were a jaguar, a bat, a turtle, the tail of a rattlesnake, and a sea monster. Because they looked at things differently, perhaps it's not surprising that the Mayans had a different mathematics as well. We use a numbering system based on 10 digits, but the Mayans used a system based on the number 20. Sounds a little bit complicated, but in fact it was more efficient for counting than some of the older systems used in Europe a long time ago. The Mayan counting system required only 3 symbols: a shell representing 0, a dot representing a value of 1, a bar representing 5, and a shell with a dot representing the base number 20. There are 2 advantages to the Mayan counting system. The first of these is the idea of 0, which many civilizations at that time did not have. Second, they only used 3 symbols to represent lower and higher numbers. In Rome, multiple symbols were used: I's for 1, V for 5, X for 10, L for 50, C for 100, and M for 1,000. Mayan numbers were written from bottom to top, so the number 19 becomes bars of 5, 5, 5, with 4 dots above the bars. To complete the first set of 20, a dot was raised over a shell-like symbol. To get 21, the elevated placement of the dot remained to represent 20, and a dot was added underneath to represent 21. Then the counting cycle for the next 20 began again. So what do you think the number 40 or 41 would look like? In Europe at this time, people still struggled with the Roman numeral system. That system suffered from 2 serious defects. First, there was no 0. And second, Roman numbers were entirely symbolic, having no direct connection to the number of items represented. So, are you ready for a challenge? Okay, working together, try adding 21 and 33 using the Mayan system. Then try adding 21 and 33 using Roman numerals. This is a good time to pause the program. So how did you do? Let's check your work. In Mayan, the number 21 is represented as dot, dot. 33 is 2 bars equaling 10, 3 dots for units, and an elevated dot representing 20. Adding together, you get 54, which is 2 bars, 4 dots, and 2 elevated dots. Easy to decipher. In Roman, you have XXI plus XXXIII equals LIV. Unless you actually know what the Roman symbols stand for, you have no idea what you are seeing. In Mayan, you can actually add up the dots, bars, and shells. Mayan merchants often used cocoa beans, sticks, and shells to do these calculations. From these 3 symbols, the Mayans could do everything from the simplest arithmetic needed for trade to keeping track of astronomical events, both past and future. Speaking of astronomy, remember how I said the Earth's axis was tilted at 23.5 degrees? If you round that to 24, how would you write that in Mayan? The Mayan system of counting using dots, bars, and shells can be compared with the ones and zeros used by modern computers, and it was all done 1,500 years ago. With all the advances that the Mayans made, it's interesting to speculate what would have happened if the Mayans had sailed east to discover Europe instead of the Europeans sailing west to discover the Americas. To learn more about Mayan mathematics, go to the following websites. Back to you, Jennifer.
Thanks, Stan. Well, guys, that wraps up another episode of NASA Connect. We'd like to thank everyone who helped make this program possible. Got a comment, question, or suggestion? Well, then email them to connect@lark.nasa.gov. I'd like to leave you guys with a thought and a challenge. What is impressive about these sites is the accuracy of their observations and the time and effort they put into building these observatories. Looking back at these buildings and places, we see that the ancients had a natural connection to their environments and that they were also capable of high-tech accomplishments in their own times. So now, here's my challenge. How do you think people 300 or even 1,000 years from now will see us through the artifacts that we leave behind? Until next time, stay connected to math, science, technology, and NASA. Goodbye for now.
Finally, they pick one stars up and say, this will be the morning stars. It will give us direction that the daylight is coming. It will give us direction that it's in the east. Then the next one is the evening stars. It will tell us it's in the west direction. It's almost nighttime. They liberate it more, like the dipper and all that. It revolves in different position. It will tell us if it's fall, spring, or summertime, wintertime.
Coming up on this edition of Out of the Blue from Middle Tennessee State University. A nationally recognized research conference is coming to the MTSU campus next year. It will be an opportunity for students and faculty to showcase their research in front of scholars from around the world. We introduce you to the new director of the Tennessee Center for the Study and Treatment of Dyslexia, and we talk about the resources offered by the center to parents and teachers. And we spotlight research by our speech, language, pathology, and audiology department that's earned national recognition and provided great experience for our students. I'm Andrew Ottman, and this is Out of the Blue. Welcome to Out of the Blue. I'm Andrew Ottman. A nationally recognized research conference is coming to the MTSU campus next year, and with it will be an opportunity for our students and faculty to showcase their research in front of scholars from around the world. Doctors Sam Zaza and Tim Greer from our Jones College of Business joins us to talk about next summer's conference of the Association for Computing Machinery and how you can showcase your work at the event. Sam, Tim, welcome to the program.
Thank you for having us.
Your second time back on Out of the Blue. You're becoming a regular.
I'm addicted to your show.
What are you going to do with all these coffee mugs? Okay, all right. We got to get down to this. So, Sam, you're here. You're talking about a great opportunity that's coming to our campus. It's going to showcase research and bring international scholars to the university for a great event in May. Why don't you talk a little bit about the Association for Computing Machinery, their conference coming to campus?
So again, this is a great opportunity for our students. It is the ACM Sigma IS. ACM is the Association for Computing Machinery, and the Sigma IS is a special interest group. We're having their conference. We solicited their conference to come to have us on our campus at MTSU. And the research opportunity is that for students to submit any type of research around technology. So the core has to be technology, but as you know, all disciplines actually has a component of technology. So any research that is related to technology, they are welcome to submit their work. And one of the important dates, this year, we made the submission system open December 1st. That coincides with our finals week. So anyone who's working on like research paper in their course or something related that they can twist it to submit, they're more than welcome.
That's great. So ACM, it's fair to say it's an honor for this university to host this conference. We'll have folks from all across the world coming to MTSU to talk about wonderful things, cutting edge research, collaboration, and the opportunity, Tim, that you're providing for the students through this process is for, if I'm a student, to present my work for peer review that could be presented at this conference. Can you talk about what that would look like if I'm a student? What are the kinds of things you'd be looking for to showcase?
So as a student, any type of research that you've done this semester or last year, whether it be a term paper or a research paper in a class, independent study, could be an honors thesis, you would submit that, and then you would get the opportunity to continue to work on it. And then next May, when you present, you would be presenting not only to fellow students, but other students across the region, other scholars coming in from across the world. You would get immediate feedback where you could enhance your research and take it further, and you would learn more about things in your area, because we would put you in sessions where people are doing research in your area. So comments from other pieces of research you could use on yours. But this would be a great first step for a student that wants to sort of test the waters of doing research, where it could be in a very friendly confines of on campus in the Business and Aerospace building. We'll have faculty there, we'll have students there, but there'll also be some world-renowned scholars coming in where you'll be able to showcase what you do. And so it'll be a great opportunity for our students to be able to showcase their research.
That's awesome. So, well, I know both of you are excited about this, but Sam, it's hard for you to contain your enthusiasm about this. I can tell how happy and proud you are this is coming to MTSU. Submissions open December 1st.
Correct.
Right? That means, hey, this is when I can begin to send things in. And what comes after that? We've got a deadline of, final deadline of?
So yes, so December 1st, we're going to open the submission system. And again, you can access the submission system through the website that we're going to share with you. I'm going to close the submission system February 2nd. And the reason why I want to open it during like final week, winter break, and like the first 2 weeks of the spring.
Get a little bit of extra time, just in case, right?
Exactly, just in case. And in case, actually, if you want to show me your work before you submit it, if you want my personal feedback, please don't hesitate to, come contact me, see me. If you need any direction, I'll be more than happy to provide that direction. So we're gonna close the system February 2nd, but if you face any problem and you felt like, I need an extra Monday, 2 days, always you can contact me or the program chairs about that. And the acceptance notification is gonna be March 8th.
Okay, and then the conference itself, May 29th through June 1st.
Correct.
Tim, this is only the beginning, right? This is not just a one and done. You and Sam are cooking up something like taking the show on the road, right? Can you talk a little bit about that?
Yes, we would like to take this initiative and continue it from years to come that was hatched and incubated at MTSU and move forward where student-led research, student research, they're able to present it throughout the next decade. So we're very excited to start it, and we hope that our MTSU students will embrace it and really, work toward all year to that end of May, end of the academic year, to go out and present their research. And like you said, it's just a start, and we want to sort of have a foundation because we're hosting it here, but be able to do it for years to come. And we hope our students will mark it on their calendar so they know that opportunity is there for them.
It's going to be great having these folks on our campus. Tim, Sam, y'all are so excited about this. It's so great to have you on the show and talk about this. Is a wonderful opportunity. Thank you both for doing this for us.
Thank you, Andrew.
Great to be here.
We'll be right back.
I am True Blue.
As a member of this diverse community,
I am a valuable contributor
to its progress and success.
I am engaged in the life of this community.
I'm a recipient
and a giver.
I am a listener and a speaker.
I am honest in word and deed.
I'm committed to reason, not violence.
I am a learner.
Now
and forever.
I am a Blue Raider.
I am a Blue Raider.
I am a Blue Raider. True Blue.
Do you want more from your college experience? At Middle Tennessee State University, that's exactly what you get. More majors, more opportunities, more guaranteed scholarships. Up to $32,000 over 4 years. MTSU, Tennessee's University of Opportunities.
Jennings A. Jones College of Business at Middle Tennessee State University is the #1 producer of business talent in the greater Nashville area. Our nationally ranked programs and state-of-the-art facilities offer a world-class education at an affordable price. The exclusive partnership of Jones College with Dale Carnegie Training Worldwide equips our graduates with the soft skills they need to succeed. Jones College of Business. It delivers an education for the real world.
What I love about MTSU is that you already know if you are guaranteed to be admitted. The requirements aren't hidden, and you can know today if you are accepted and qualify for one of our guaranteed scholarships. There's no mystery. Plus, you can add all of your scholarships together. We have so much to offer, and it's all right here on campus. Apply on our website at mtsu.edu/apply now. And don't forget to submit your application by December 1st to qualify for a guaranteed scholarship.
Welcome back to Out of the Blue. I'm Andrew Ottman. Dr. Karen Kehoe recently joined MTSU as director of the Tennessee Center for the Study and Treatment of Dyslexia, a service of our College of Education. She's here with us today to talk about the teaching, educational outreach, and research that the center offers to parents and teachers. Karen, welcome to the show.
Thank you. Thank you for having me.
Your first time on Out of the Blue because you've just arrived on campus.
I did. I started the job in February, but I moved here with my family in June.
And you're all settled in at the Tennessee Center for the Study and Treatment of Dyslexia. Talk about this great center and the services it provides.
Sure. What we do at the center, we are one of the university's translational research centers, and our mission is to really promote understanding of dyslexia and to remove barriers to reading and writing for children with dyslexia. And so we do that primarily through three main activities or focus areas. Testing, so we do testing of children from kindergarten through 12th grade for characteristics of dyslexia. We have research, both academic research and translational research, where we try to take the findings of our research about dyslexia and effective interventions for children with dyslexia and really offer practical solutions for educators and families. And then our third arm is really outreach to schools and to districts and to families to help them be equipped with the knowledge that they need to identify risk and characteristics of dyslexia in children, and then to provide effective instruction and intervention.
Obviously, it's one of the pride points of the university. You've got a wonderful facility, and I know you've been providing great resources for all of these things you just described. Can you talk about what's available on your website and other places as well?
Sure. On our website, which is mtsu.edu/dyslexia, we have a lot of resources for both educators and families, and I brought two of them here. Is it okay if I share them? So one, this is a brand new guidebook that we just published earlier this year for families. It is Understanding Dyslexia, a guide for Tennessee families. And this really takes families through, there's a lot of different lingo that we hear in the public schools and out in the community, and this really helps parents to sort of break down what do we mean by dyslexia and how does that fit within the special education process, how does that fit within recent legislation throughout Tennessee. We also have tips for parents for supporting their students at home. So we have decoding tips for parents. And this really doesn't just apply to parents and families of children with dyslexia, but it can be for any parents who are reading with their children at home and sort of how to support them.
I would imagine when you're dealing with parents, you're dealing with them at a very vulnerable and confusing time.
Yes.
And they're seeking you out as a way for me to understand what's the path forward for my child, right? Walk me through some of the advice and some of the things that you're asking parents to kind of consider in that journey forward.
Sure. So we always meet with parents. We take a team-based approach at our center. We're a small team. And so there's nobody on our staff is going to meet with the parent one-on-one and take the parent and the child through the process from beginning to end. It's really going to be a wraparound kind of supportive approach so that one or two people will meet with the parent, talk with the parent. We ask them for some information and quite a bit of information about the child's educational history and what they see them struggling with at home and at school. We also ask for some information from the teachers, but then we really sit down with the parents and we ask them to share with us sort of in a conversational format, what is it that you're seeking to gain from the center, because we don't take the same exact approach for every child. It depends on what we're getting back from the school, what we're getting back from the parents, what we see in the child's previous educational records. And so then we may do a full battery of testing. We may do a consultation with the family, which requires, very little testing to no testing, or we may do sort of something in between. And so it's really individualized, and then we all meet as a team to discuss the case and come up with instructional recommendations. So we never want a family to walk away with whether or not we determine that the child does or does not have characteristics of dyslexia. We never want the family to just sort of walk away with, okay, well now what do I do next? Right. So we always provide some instructional recommendations that they can take to the school and that they can use, and we also always provide some resources that they can use at home to support their child as well.
We're obviously very proud of the College of Education. The center we're in right now is the Center for Educational Media, which is a service of the college, and your center is connected to it as well. The advantage of being connected to a statewide leader in education, training of teachers, how important is to have that tie to teaching? I would imagine it's amazingly important.
It is so important. We have been working with the Center for Educational Media, or CEM, for as long as I've been here, all of 9 months. But I know that the history goes back much longer than that, and it's really a great collaboration partnership. A lot of our expert minutes, which are on our website. We also recently wrapped up a project with the CEM where they shot videos for us in a to help us with a collaboration with the Department of Elementary and Special Education, where we have created a dyslexia module that's going to be incorporated into some required coursework for our undergraduate pre-service teachers.
You've got the Tom and Elizabeth Fox conference coming up.
Yes.
Can you, talk to me about that?
Yes, the Fox Reading Conference will take place on March 7th and 8th, 2024, and it is generously funded, as you said, by the Tom and Elizabeth Fox Foundation, who were really committed to ensuring that teachers had access to ongoing high-quality professional development. And this is something that we hold every 2 years. And so 2 years ago, we did it in a virtual format. But this year, we are so excited to offer both in-person and virtual options for attendance. And it is 100% free for educators, anybody who wants to come to the event. We get audiences from all over Tennessee, all across the nation, and even virtually we get people from across the world. But this year our theme is language differences, and so we're going to be having 4 literacy experts to discuss bidialectalism, multilingualism, developmental language disorder, and dyslexia. And so it's really going to be, I think, a kind of a different take on dyslexia and sort of co-occurring things that we need to think about when we think about serving all students.
Let's plug the website one more time.
Yes, it's mtsu.edu/dyslexia.
And there's information, lots of resources, ways to contact you, and ways I can find out more information.
Absolutely, and you can register for the Fox Conference on that website as well.
Wonderful. Welcome to campus, Karen.
Thank you.
We're glad to have you here, and we're very proud of the center.
Thank you.
And we'll be right back.
We do it. The stars come to Middle Tennessee State University, and students come here to become stars, no matter what they pursue. We do it. We're the only college of media and entertainment in the world, just outside the heart of Nashville.
Look, mic check 1 2, everybody listen. When you do it like this, ain't no competition. I'm talking B.I.G., VIP. Treat them like a front row seat and make them pay attention. If I shoot for the 3, then I ain't never missing. Cranking up the degrees like I was in the kitchen. Can't lose, got too much to prove. And when you do it all, it get too hard to do.
Our curriculum and facilities are cutting edge, and our relationships with industry leaders give students an edge over the competition. Check it out. You can get real-world experience with degrees in recording industry, media arts, journalism and strategic media, and more. Media and entertainment at Middle Tennessee State University. Learn to shine.
What I love about MTSU is that you already know if you are guaranteed to be admitted. The requirements aren't hidden, and you can know today if you are accepted and qualify for one of our guaranteed scholarships. There's no mystery. Plus, you can add all of your scholarships together. We have so much to offer, and it's all right here on campus. Apply on our website at mtsu.edu/apply now. And don't forget to submit your application by December 1st to qualify for a guaranteed scholarship.
Welcome back to Out of the Blue. I'm Andrew Ottman. Research by our Speech, Language, Pathology, and Audiology Department in the College of Behavioral and Health Sciences recently earned national recognition and provided great experiences for our students. Dr. Catherine Blankenship and one of our graduating seniors, Victoria Trevino, joins us to talk about their study exploring vocabulary learning strategies in undergraduate students. Catherine, Victoria, welcome to the show.
Thank you.
We're really so proud of your program. Recently celebrated not too many years ago, 2017, right? A 50th anniversary. Describe to our audience what you do and the services you provide.
All right, awesome. Yeah, we're the Speech Language Pathology and Audiology program, and we're an undergraduate only program. And one of the actually only undergraduate programs in the state of Tennessee. We prepare our students to be speech language pathologists or audiologists, and we're pre-professional, which means they have to go on for either a master's degree in speech language pathology or a clinical doctorate in audiology. So we have a full running clinic, the hearing and speech clinic, that runs 4 days a week, and we have a full clinic so they get clients and they get the exposure and experience of actually planning for a client, writing up the notes, interacting with the families and stuff like that. In addition, we also provide them with the opportunity to have some research experience within our program for the faculty that are conducting research.
Talk about yourself. You're a senior.
Yes, I'm majoring in speech-language pathology and
Obviously,
audiology.
Good,
yes.
Good. And what are some of the things you've been engaged in as a student, as part of your education, but also as part of the research?
Yeah, so I have been privileged to be involved, obviously, in our major. Our major is a very tight-knit community, and I love that. I have been a student ambassador, and then research has been probably my favorite aspect of my major. I went into it just with an interest. I just told her, hey, I'm interested in this. I didn't know how to do it. I didn't even know if I could do it, and I've been privileged to, I came in as this study was being developed, and then I've ran the study, ran participants, given standardized tests, looked at the data, crunched numbers, and now we're in the process of hopefully publishing our study, which is super exciting. So it really has been a privilege to work in every level of the research.
Okay, she's given us some hints about a study. Let's talk about this study, because I know, Catherine, you're very, very proud of it.
Yes, it's a work that actually started with students quite a couple years ago who was interested in looking at vocabulary in adults. I had another student that was, again, also interested, and so I was like, hey, I have this idea for a next kind of line of research in vocabulary, kind of exploring some of the factors that impact how we learn or what impacts us to be good at learning vocabulary. And so the current study that we're looking at right now is really investigating different specific learning strategies for learning vocabulary words. So college students are often, especially when they get into specific domains or specific professions, are inundated with a whole variety of new vocabulary words, often very complex, and not even just the words themselves are complex, but the definitions to describe those terminologies is really complex. And that's an area that has been cited by many other professionals as a weakness in college students in reading like college level text and stuff like that. So we're really trying to explore what are some strategies that we could potentially use in a classroom that could assist students in better learning these vocabulary, like complex vocabulary words, and then also looking at factors that contribute or identifying students that might be at risk or such as maybe like GPA, ACT scores, those types of factors to see how much do they play into vocabulary knowledge. Prior vocabulary knowledge, that's why we give a standardized test to look to see what plays. We know a lot about young children's vocabulary development, and there's not a ton of information looking specifically at adult. We know that a lot of times college students are not always as well prepared in digesting that complex text that we often find in textbooks.
Right. How important has it been to be a part of the research through this program, and how has it helped prepare you for that next ambition?
Oh, it's huge. Research, we were just talking this past week about this actually, research is what makes better care for others across every field, and that's why research is so important. It allows us to test new methods, to test new, intervention techniques. And if we don't study that, if there is not somebody who is interested and has a passion for those things, then we're not going to see that change that we need for the particular demographic of people. Whoever we're studying, whatever that we're trying to improve, research is how that happens. And so for me, it was inevitable. I knew I wanted to get into it as soon as I could. And so that's why it's important for me, and I feel like that's why it's important as a pre-med, but also across any profession. That's how we get better as professionals, is by conducting that research. And so that's why I've enjoyed it so much, is because I know that it may not look like we're making an impact right now, but what we find can make an impact. And so that's why it's so important, I think.
You're going to be sorry to lose her. She's a senior, right?
Yeah, we are.
So where can I go on the web to find out about all this great research we've been talking about?
Yeah, so you can go to the mtsu.edu/Eureka, and you can see a list of all the mentors within the undergraduate research. And if you scroll down there, you should see me and be able to find my contact information.
So wow, so the next Victoria can go to there and find you.
They
so this
could.
is good. And before we go, you've received some recognition for this study, right? Can you talk about some of those things that have just come in recently?
Yeah, so we've been very fortunate, like I said, to have some funding for this research as far as the undergraduate research creative activity. There were Eureka funding, so we've had team grants that provide me to be able to pay my students. So my students are just not volunteers. I actually pay them, and we recently got an MTIAGO grant. And then our latest publication was awarded Editor's Choice within the publication, Teaching and Learning in Communication Sciences Disorders. So very proud of that work that we have done, and it was a student-led paper. So that makes me really proud of the work that we did together and that the student took the initiative to do.
Fantastic. Best of luck to you as you pursue a pre-med career, and thanks for all you've done on campus. And Catherine, this sounds like a wonderful effort that you're putting forth and everything you do in the program. Thank you so very much.
Thank you.
Thanks for being on the show.
Yeah, great. Thank you.
And this does wrap up another edition of Out of the Blue. A reminder, you can find news about the campus 24 hours a day by going to our website, mtsunews.com. You can also find additional special content on our social media platforms, Twitter, Facebook, and Instagram. Broadcasting from the Center for Educational Media, I'm Andrew Ottman. Stay safe, stay on course, and remain true blue.
Hello, LaVergne. It's Jason Cole, Mayor for the City of LaVergne. Wanted to touch base with you and let you know about canvassing for our special census that's beginning soon. What that means for you is representatives from the city will be coming and knocking on your door. They will ask your address, how many people are in the house, and names. That's all that's required for the special census. They'll be wearing shirts similar to what I have on, or they will have a special lanyard as well that designates them as a canvasser. Each home we're asking to participate with this. Why we're wanting that is because each individual for the city is $170 in state shared revenue. This money helps fund our local police, fire, roads, and various other infrastructure for our city. To have an accurate account means that we will have the accurate amount coming in from the state. Each home is only requested to do one form. If you don't want a canvasser to come to your home, you can go on LaVergneTN.gov or scan our special QR code and go ahead and complete that online. The census will be going from now through February 2024. Good evening and welcome to the Board of Mayor and Alderman Workshop. It is November 2nd, 2023, and it is 6:30 p.m. On Tuesday night, I will have the prayer, and the Pledge of Allegiance will be with Alderwoman Haas. Everyone should have a copy of the October 10th, 2023 regular meeting. And first, we're going to run into our presentations. Chief Beasley.
Thank y'all for coming to support tonight. Got an echo. It's always a pleasure to promote someone within the department. It's a lot of time spent training and accomplishing tasks and certifications to get to this point. And Jack's one of our firefighters we hired about 4 years ago. Is that correct? And so in this time period, Jack has really come a long way in his skills and his ability to function well in an emergency. We're exceptionally proud of the maturity that he's gained over the last couple of years. So I'd like to take this opportunity to promote firefighter Jack Egan to the rank of engineer driver, and his wife will be doing the badge pinning. I showed her how to get it deep in there.
Thank you. Congratulations. Moving on to old business, second reading ordinance 2023-24, an ordinance to amend the fiscal year 2023-2024 general fund budget. And this is second reading. This is for IT in the fire department. Does anyone have any questions?
I do have a question, and I think I've asked you this before, Bruce, but is there any way we can separate the cost between the fire department and the public works building as two separate items? I saw that it was broken down in the actual quote.
You talking about splitting it into two separate ordinances?
That's correct. That's what
At this point, no, because we already have a first reading on this.
Okay, thank you.
And typically, if we have something for general fund, we put it all on one ordinance. So this is all general fund.
Okay.
Any other questions? Moving on to second reading ordinance 2023-25, an ordinance to amend the impact fee ordinance to add an annual adjustment for construction cost inflation. And again, this is second reading. This is where we are basically adding into our impact fees annual adjustments for based on the construction cost index for inflation. Does anyone have any questions? Next, we have second reading ordinance 2023-26, an ordinance to amend the fiscal year 2023-2024 police impact fee fund budget. And this is, again, second reading. This money is for funds in conjunction with a grant that the city will receive in order to purchase a tactical rescue and response vehicle for the police. Does anyone have any questions? Moving on to the consent agenda, we've got approve or reject city bids and purchases. First, we've got the GSA contract for network switches and installation for the new fire station and public works facility. And this is, Glenn, correct me if I'm wrong, but this is for the switches that are part of old business.
Yes, the ordinance that's in old business, correct.
Wonderful. Does anyone have any questions? Moving on to number 2, sole source purchase. Personal protective equipment. This is turnout gear for the fire department. This is, just like it says, PPE, and total cost is $30,310. Does Does anyone have any questions?
Was this, excuse me, was this part of that grant that you were looking at that we had talked about a couple of 3 months ago?
No, ma'am, this specific purchase is for replacement gear for the incumbent firefighters. So as we have a systematic process to replace gear through the years.
Okay, all right, thank you.
Moving on to number 3, repair driveway and ramp for Fire Station 42. And this is roughly $37,000 in repairs. If you drive by there, you can definitely see at the front where it is sorely needed. Sadly, we kind of underestimated what the price would be, so we budgeted about $30,000. So we will need to do a budget amendment for another $7,000 for final approval, and that is on this budget. But this is to do those repairs for Fire Station 42. Does anyone have any questions? Okay, moving on to B, approve change order number 3 with Romac Incorporated for Fire Station 41. And this is a change order. It's got 3 items on there. Let's see here. Looks like all of them are going to be deducted from the contingency, and the total on that's about $84,332.08. And so, Chief, do you want to go through any of these?
No, sir, not unless y'all have any questions.
Thank you. Moving on to C. Approve change order number 1 with Barron Construction LLC for the Public Works and Community Development Services facility. This is a total of $290,479.74, and several items for change order, and it's outlined down below, whether it's furniture, structural. You can see it all broken out. Does anyone have any questions?
I know it's early, Kyle. Is everything on track out there? Is they on time? Everything going good?
Probably better to ask Gary. He's been heavily involved with it, so.
Just yell it. No. I'm just curious if everything's on time.
Come on up to the podium.
Come on up so that the public can hear you.
All right. Well, right now the contractor's thinking they'll be done around September of next year, which is on time. With the risks, we keep a separate risk register where we think the outstanding risk and assign, if this happens, then this will happen. We're thinking more along the lines of November, possibly even early December as a target date. But in terms, they're going along real well now. They got most of the foundations in for the third of the building, and they're putting in a lot of concrete and getting it going. The main holdup is getting the pre-engineered metal building portion fabricated and on site.
Somebody asked me this the other day, and I hate saying it, but I didn't know. Are they past all of the point of there might be any kind of blasting or anything?
Yes, sir. We won't have any blasting. So everything that we've run into is been able to get out with a hoe ramp.
Good. Okay.
All the site plan work was done before the building was ready.
Yes, sir. But we are having to put in utilities, and that's where the hoe ramp's coming in, and it's getting a lot of use. So we're down into rock, but it's in the fracture zone of the rock, and it's been coming out pretty good so far.
Thank you, sir.
Right. Thank you, Gary.
Thank you.
Moving on to.
I do want to make one request with that. I do request with the amount of $290,000. I do request that we make this its own line item.
Bruce, let's move this to new business rather than the consent agenda.
Yeah, that'd be great.
Moving on to D, approve agreement between the Metropolitan Government of Nashville and Davidson County and the City of Belmead, City of Brentwood, the City of Goodlettsville, City of LaVergne, the City of Millersville, the City of Ridgetop, and the White House Utility District for the selection of a rate consultant to develop the initial utility price for the calendar year beginning October 1st, 2024. Part of the contract with, the agreement with Metro and all of the wholesale customers is that this year there would be a rate consultant hired so that we can get a new rate for the upcoming contract. And so that's what this does, is it enters into that agreement, because we will be having to have a new contract that will go into effect October of next year. Does anyone have any questions?
How long are those good for? Is it yearly or?
10 years?
I believe it's a 10-year agreement.
Okay.
Now, they will build in there some rate increases, because we've seen that in the past. So, but so far we've done very well with that.
Indexes, yeah, it's based on indexes.
Any other questions? Moving on to E, approved donation of vehicle to the city from Box 100 Incorporated. They're offering to donate a 1999 Freightliner F50 to the LaVergne Police Department for their use. And so the vehicle is valued over $10,000. So this board would have to approve that. Does anyone have any questions?
I guess I have a question as far as what Box 100's status is, because I do understand after the police incident that they were trying to reestablish.
So they are establishing as a countywide program.
Okay.
But for our rehab purposes, one of the things that they've discussed was donating that vehicle, and then the city can do its own rehab for regular events. They're doing more countywide, bigger events.
Sure. Okay. Just my question. Thank you.
F, approve the 2024 league facility user agreement with Universal Sports League / LaVergne Baseball Softball Association to conduct a youth league baseball softball program. And this is our annual youth softball baseball agreement, and the group agrees to pay $8,000 a year. Does anyone have any questions? Moving on to G, approve payment agreement, statement of work, and standard service contract with Howard Technology Solutions for the new Fire Station 41 training room equipment. And this is agreement for the scope of work to install low voltage systems in Fire Station 41. And so it is $86,797.37, and this was part of the budget for the construction. Does anyone have any questions? Moving on to H, approve grant contract with the State of Tennessee Department of Safety and Homeland Security for the provision of a police traffic services highway safety project. And we've done these before, and the city would be reimbursed up to $25,000 to conduct these different operations, include like reduced speeding, aggressive driving, DUIs, no seatbelt for children and passengers, those sorts of things. Does anyone have any questions? Moving on to I, approve grant contract with the State of Tennessee, Office of the Secretary of State, Tennessee State Library and Archives for the LaVergne Public Library Technology Grant. And this is a technology grant that is for the library. It's a 50-50 grant match, and the amount is $7,550. So, and this will be used for the computers and monitors for staff desks. Does anyone have any questions? Moving on to J, approve railroad contract agreement between TDOT, CSX Transportation Incorporated, the Town of Smyrna, and the City of LaVergne to jointly negotiate with CSX for the Jefferson Pike intersection. And Vice Mayor, I know you're looking over this one heavily, but this is basically dealing with a project over at Jefferson Pike. If you're familiar with that area, we've had numerous wrecks, and it is a border area. Jefferson Pike portion is in LaVergne. The intersection is in Smyrna. So this project basically will involve pavement markings, signs within the CSX corridor, and the work is in connection with the safety improvements for it. Does anyone have any questions?
Gary, I called you and asked you about this. Can you give me just the short of what that letter said?
I have read that contract twice, and there's no short.
Okay, well.
But the basics of it is, TDOT is working on the construction project with us and Smyrna for both Sam Ridley and Jefferson Pike intersections. The town of Smyrna said they were going to send a letter requesting that Jefferson Pike be taken out of it in order to not have to negotiate with CSX. I have followed up with TDOT, tried to find out where we're at with that. But this contract came to us, which allows us all to work together, TDOT, Smyrna, and LaVergne, to do the negotiations we need with CSX to try and get that traffic signal in and get that intersection improved. So seeing this contract is a good thing.
And we did have a little bit of help from Representative Robert Stevens and State Senator Shane Reeves, who were also working with their government liaison, to try to get this moving.
Has Gary ever seen that email that I've got from Steve Allen? I need to send that over to him that shows you about the letting, the dates.
No, sir, I haven't seen that.
You've never seen that, have you?
Right.
Have you seen it, Kyle?
I don't think so.
I'll send that tomorrow.
I appreciate it.
It gives a complete itinerary of what they kind of promised me on that. But I know that was before you came aboard, so I'll get that over to you.
Okay, and we had the field construction walk was about 6 weeks ago, or 8 weeks ago, so I'll check that against the schedule.
And while we're on the subject, Monday morning, 8:30, correct? We're going to widen that up.
Well, they're going to, grade out that area.
Cut that bank back. Okay, good. I'm excited.
Yes, sir.
Nothing else about the contract, though?
No, I don't. I'll be honest with you. I think even Evan's working on it, trying to shorten it up to give me the dummy terms of it. I mean, I don't know what else to say about it. I've read that thing.
It wasn't a fun read.
It just describes what everybody's responsibility is. Smyrna's, ours, CSX.
Does anyone else have any questions about the contract? Moving on to K, approved contract with the Regional Transportation Authority for the provision of regional bus service for fiscal year 2023-2024. This is the RTA, and our share is still $9,000, as it has been for the last 4.5 years now. And so we've been trying to work with them to get this number sooner, but because ideally we would like to have it going into budget versus now, but we've got a few contracts with the state like that. Does anyone have any questions? Next, we have approved grant contract for the fiscal year 2023. Edward Brin Memorial Justice Assistant Grant. This is basically it's a grant. We would receive $12,037. It's for the mobile surveillance camera, and there'll be a budget amendment that will be presented at the next meeting for the rest of the funds, because this is just paying a portion of it. Does anyone have any questions? Next, we have approved application for a roadblock to be conducted by the First Community MB Church from 10:30 to 3 p.m. on Saturday, November 11th, 2023, with a rain date of Saturday, December 9th at the intersection of Murfreesboro Road and Stones River Road. We get these regularly from different groups, and so the board just has to decide to approve this or not. Does anyone have any questions? Seeing none, we're going to move into new business. First reading ordinance 2023-27, an ordinance to amend Title 16, Chapter 5, Section 16-502 of the LaVergne Municipal Code and amend the City of LaVergne fee schedule regarding the moving of houses, structures, or buildings. And so this is basically an amendment to those, both municipal code and to the fee schedule. We established the fee schedule just a few years ago and have been moving all the fees into that so that it can be easily updated and reviewed each year by the board. So this puts in there fees related to moving houses, structures, and buildings that were left out of the fee schedule. So, and then of course it removes the fees from the municipal code. Does anyone have any questions?
Is this gonna include them portable outbuildings? The many storage buildings you see going down the road on back of trucks?
There are regulations in here as far as the size. I think it's more the type that if you're going to have a police escort to block traffic and things like that, it's not for your small portable buildings, it's for your big ones, your big buildings.
Classify in there.
Yeah.
So this would be like school portables. Or we've got one company that brought what was left of a house to try to burn here.
Is it classifying it by the size?
I believe so.
Yes.
Mobile homes, camping mobile homes, it's specified in there that it's included. Don't care if you got some of them campers is pretty long.
Right. This is really, I think, more for height than anything, you know, because your mobile homes are made to be moved like that, and a lot of these others are not. So it should all be spelled out in that municipal code.
Okay, moving on to number 10, Resolution 2023-22, a resolution of the City of LaVergne Board of Mayor and Aldermen to declare property owned by the city to be surplus to the city's needs and directing disposal of the same. This is some items from the police department, a cash register, a cargo trailer, 3 Humvees, and an old light tower. Does anyone have any questions about that? Resolution 2023-23, resolution to accept phases 1 and 2 of the Lieutenant Frank Walkup subdivision. This received a favorable recommendation from the Planning Commission on September 26, 2023. And so this is just like it says, it is a subdivision acceptance. Once the 1-year maintenance period ends, the city will be required to maintain the infrastructure that's included with this subdivision, just like with every other. Does anyone have any questions? Moving on to appoint or remove board and committee members. First, we have the Beer Board. Anthony Honeycutt has resigned, and so we are advertising that opening on Channel 3 and on social media. So far, we have not received any applications yet. And if we don't receive any, this will not be on the agenda. Next, we have the LaVergne Housing Authority. We've got 1 term is vacant, and then we have 1 term that is expiring. We do have an applicant, Deborah Harding, who has applied. And then with Barbara McGee's term, we will check to see if she wishes to remain, and then bring that back to the meeting in December. But as far as Deborah Harding's, we can address Tuesday night. Next, we have the Planning Commission. We've got 1 term expiring, expired on October 31st. It's Terry Coleman. He does wish to remain on the Planning Commission. We also have 1 applicant from several months ago, Russell Maddox, and so I will appoint that at the meeting. Then we have the Senior Citizens Advisory Committee. We have 1 term vacant. That is, again, Andy Honeycutt, who resigned. He is moving from the city, and we have 1 applicant, Frankie Brooks. And then last but not least, we have the Stormwater Appeals and Advisory Board. We've got 2 terms that are vacant. No one still has applied, but we are advertising those on Channel 3 and on social media. So if no one applies by the meeting, we will remove this from the agenda. Moving on to number 13, discussion traffic calming study. Alderwoman Hobbs.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor Cole. So as more and more properties are becoming rezoned into high-density housing, I've had a lot of citizen feedback with concerns about their neighborhoods becoming the next cut through, and with that request for speed bumps or whatnot. So I wanted to use this time to discuss that process in a form where citizens can better understand that process and the considerations that we need to make as the Board of Mayor and Aldermen to make something as common as a speed bump happen. So it's my understanding there is no ordinance right now for speed bumps. Is that correct?
There is an ordinance that allows for speed bumps to be installed by HOAs on private roads.
Okay.
That is on private roads, though, not public roads.
And an ordinance to, to create an ordinance to allow that to happen on city roads, would need a specific set of criteria when a speed bump would be indicated and when it's not, correct?
Yes, we would need to have criteria as to where they go, what the criteria is, and maintenance, because as Bruce and Evan will definitely chime in, because they love the word liability, if we install them and there is a wreck that's caused by them, the city is liable. Is that correct, gentlemen?
That's correct. I mean, it would depend on what the circumstances are, but yeah.
Sure. In order to get that criteria, though, we would need to do a traffic calming study, correct? To get that data, to get that information of when and where a speed bump would be appropriate.
I'm not sure that there is even traffic calming studies. I've never heard of that, of actual just studies for traffic calming. I know we've looked at different techniques that are out there. Roundabouts force people to de-accelerate, that sort of thing. Bruce, Kyle, either one of y'all have any feedback on that?
I think I talked to you a little bit about this in the past.
We had discussed this at the last, I don't know if it's a planning retreat or before that, but it's during one of the budget cycles that we discussed this, because this comes up pretty often. Pretty much whatever, or not every, but a lot of municipalities around us, they will have what they call a neighborhood traffic calming program. And they will lay out the process of how you make a request for, like a speed bump. If you think it's a speed bump won't work, a traffic circle or things like that, you make a request, and there's basically a process that you go through. Because of course you don't want to put a speed bump or other measure at every street, because that's going to get excessive. So how do you tell one person yes, one person no? So basically what other municipalities have done is they put together a document that, I can get out several examples if y'all want me to. I'll get them to y'all. That way you can look through it to see what other communities do. But basically it's just a process to say, is one needed here? Is extra law enforcement patrols, is that something you need to try first? And then kind of you graduate up to, okay, then go ahead and install the traffic control measure. And then of course, after 6 month, a year period, you see if it is actually functioning properly, as opposed to, is it doing something, is it taking traffic and making it go this way and then causing a problem on this street where you had it on this street. You see how effective it is and see if you need to remove it or if it needs to stay in place. But like I say, they've got the whole process outlined of what you need to do.
I looked through a couple of the programs done by Nashville and Murfreesboro have specific programs out there, and essentially it seems like there's an algorithm that they set up, kind of like a table as far as does it meet this criteria, yes or no, and kind of a map.
I think I've got Murfreesboro. It's pretty close. They're all about the same. You can tell even some of them have copied and pasted exactly the same thing, because I know I've got Franklin and Spring Hill sitting here, and they're exactly the same. So like I said, I really think probably getting this information out, several different examples to you, that would be probably a start, and then see what process we want to go through. I know right now we get a lot of requests for speed bumps on pretty much every street.
Yeah.
So we don't allow them on public streets at this moment. Now, that's something that we can change.
Could you get some kind of estimate as to what starting some sort of program like that would cost? Like what we would need a budget to do something like that? Or to, just out of curiosity.
Yeah, I can look
Into that further. And part of my question overall, or something for the board to think about, is should we decide to implement a traffic calming program, like timing of when we do the study or when we collect this data? Do we do it before development? Do we do it after development? Do we do it both? That way there's a comparison to see what the difference was before the development was there and after. And I'm not necessarily caught up on speed bumps. I mean, there's other options, rumble strips, pinch points, roundabouts. You know, not that I'm a huge fan of roundabouts, but either way, there's other options out there that it's not just a speed bump. And then, of course, of utmost importance would be safety concerns, emergency. You guys, can you chime into that over there?
Yes, ma'am. I've spent a fair amount of time researching today, and there's a lot of processes that we have to consider to determine where there is one appropriate or not. And the way I interpret, and I'd have to lean on Kyle and Evan to look at, but the current adopted fire code says the fire code's official has the final say so whether that is adopted or not or put into place. We strive to the utmost to maintain on our side, the fire department, our response times, and the same thing with them as well. Depending on what type of calming device that you want to put into place, the roundabouts or the rubberized blocks that go into the roadway. There are delays, data that shows delays between 4 seconds to 15 seconds per bump.
Sure.
And depending on where they go, how many they are in succession, what they call major and minor response avenues. So if we use these roadways to navigate through Lake Forest routinely, where they could go there, and if we run through 1 here, 2 over here, 4 over there, you could be looking at a minute delay. Something else that has to be considered is as the city grows and the county grows, the number of cars and traffic that comes through the city, you have to understand that 10 years from now, traffic is going to probably significantly delay our response time, so that has to be considered on top of that. I have found some cities that have flow charts, if then. And the first thing would be is how wide the roadway is. And then you would, and I'm not recommending this necessarily, but this is what I've found, that at that point you would do a study and put the barriers up the computers. Wires. And so if theoretically 85% of the traffic on this roadway surpassed the speed limit, then it would be something we need to probably consider. If not, maybe that not be the option. The amount of traffic that's on that roadway, as well as, here's one other factor, but I think it's all based on studies, traffic, our NFPA response model that we try our very best to hold to. And of course, if you put the little rubberized things in the road, we may be able to navigate between those and it not affect the wheelbase of the fire truck, but the police car is going to have to go over it just like a personal vehicle as well as an ambulance. And those times will be delayed. You ask me if I'm in favor of them. Anytime that I'm asked, would I be in favor of something that delayed our crews on the scene, I'm going to say no. But I also understand the safety of the people that live there and the children that are in the neighborhoods and all those things. So you have to understand what's going on there. There are factors of cost and vehicle maintenance in those arenas. More often a police car, ambulance, fire truck goes over those bumps. We've spent probably $35,000 to $40,000 in the last 5 years on suspension replacements, and this would increase, potentially could increase that. You know, $35,000 in the life of a child is that's a non-issue in my opinion, but we know that there's factors that we have to consider when we look at that. Does that answer your question, or is that too much information?
One thing I'll add, this isn't, I would say, for even areas that's being affected with new growth. I've had people from McFarland Point reach out to me wanting it in their subdivision, which they're an enclosed subdivision. They come out onto a main road. There's nothing connected to them. Same thing for Heritage Valley West. They are, I don't know how long they've been around, Bruce. I mean, 30, 40 years at this point. And everything around them is pretty much developed except for one parcel, and they're wanting them. So it's all over. A woman on Drevel called today about some cars speeding through there, and that's another one that's been there for a long time. So it's not just for any subdivision that's next to new development. I think if it's something looked at and considered, it's got to be citywide. It's got to be open citywide to all groups, not just any one. Kyle, is there a way, I know you said you've got some information as far as what Murfreesboro does. Would you mind emailing that out to the board after the meeting or tomorrow, just so that we can see that information, please?
Yes, I'll get it out. I mean, one of the things they do, of course, in this process is it has, like, a lot of them have a petition process that you go through to get the community behind that speed bump or traffic calming device, because a lot of times what they've seen before is you put a speed bump out and you may have the 1 or 15 or 20 people that want it, then you have 15, 20, 30 people that don't want it, and they're all back and forth. So that's one of the things that's in the process, is trying to make sure that most of the community, because you're not always going to get all the community, but at least most of the community that is okay and feels the need for that traffic calming device.
And Kyle, I'll share with you, I found a resource from the Pennsylvania Department of Transportation that has a very nice clear-cut algorithm as far as, determining when it's appropriate, community involvement, the step-by-step process that I kind of found in my research. So I'll share that with you, and then when you kind of send your blast to the board, you can include that.
It may be the same, because from what I've seen, it's a lot of the same little flow chart, basically, that you go through.
So it was a little bit more clear-cut than the one I saw in the Murfreesboro program. So, but no, I think that about sums it up. But I just feel, if our constituents are asking us for a specific way to spend their tax money, that the board at least give it honest consideration.
Yes, and we discussed it at one point.
So I brought this up a couple years ago and did some research. Those split bumps that Chief Beasley was speaking about are in Smyrna. They cost, a couple years ago, there's no telling, but they were about $2,500 a piece. And the Public Works Department put them down with big, long nails. The good thing about them is they will help. The fire trucks can split them. The bad thing about them is you must have a shoulder for that big fire truck to move over.
Gotcha.
Now, the other bad thing about them is if somebody happens to be walking there or a car's broke down or something, then that fire engine's got to hit that thing. We could talk about this, because I've been here 30 years, and I've heard every story imaginable. If it was up to me, I'd like to have 1-foot speed bumps all over the city. Seriously.
No, sir.
But we, and I say we as a citizen, I wish that we could count more on our citizens to understand that driving safely, paying attention, doing the right things, watching out for each other. But unfortunately, we don't have that. No city in the world does. It's not possible. As far as personally, there is just no happy medium with speed bumps. If my house is on fire, especially if my grandson is there, I want them guys coming. I want them running over everything in their way to get to my house, to save myself and my grandson. I would hate to think that they had to slow that big rig down for 2 or 3, 5, 8, 10 seconds. And I know that sounds crazy, but it's a fact, because all my life I've heard time saves money. And we have the best response time of any fire department in the country. As a matter of fact, Mr. Beasley told me when he first come on board that he thought that the paperwork had been doctored because of the amount of fire time or service time from where he came from. But there's just there's money, there's time, there's equipment. I personally don't have the right answer. I've done the research. I've asked questions. I talked to Public Works in Smyrna. But like I said, I know from my point of view, if my little grandson is there, I want guns blazing from the police department. I want the woo-woos, tires screaming from the fire department. And if they have to slow down to ease over that thing a couple of times while my grandson's being burned up, I don't care. I keep my kids out back. I keep my grandson out back. I don't let them play in the road. It's not right. Shouldn't have to be like that. But we've got people, if you put speed bumps up, they're going to see how much air they can get under their car. They've put those, the police have put those radar things up there. It's become a game. Hey, man, I got it up to 82. It's fact. There's just no happy medium. And I don't know what kind of research you all can do. I've done mine. And all I can say is,
I guess one of my perspectives about, you talk about risk assessment, emergency services and things like that. I mean, and I don't know the answer to this, and I'm not saying that my answer is right, but like, as far as risk assessment goes, what's the likelihood of a pedestrian getting hit by a speeding vehicle versus the likelihood of someone being injured in a structure fire? And to me, I lean personally towards more of a pedestrian getting hit by a vehicle before.
Now, I've been here, like I said, I've been here 30 years. And Doug's been around here a long time and some other people. And I just don't remember anybody that's gotten hit as far as a fatality. Do you remember any, Chief? Now, we had a young girl over on Centennial one time back in late 80s or late 90s. But that was a school bus, and it was a total accident because she ran out there. But it's frustrating. Yeah. Alderwoman Hobbs, listen, I live on Fergus Road, and I'll match it with any street in LaVergne. Any street, pick one out.
I want to add one thing, which is for the fire department, they're not going out just on the fire calls, every medical call. So if it's a heart attack, if it's a stroke, if it's somebody just needs a lift assistance, which happens, unfortunately, it's all of that kind of stuff that they have to go out on. It's and depending on the severity of the situation, response times can be important. So. And that's regardless whether they're hit by a car. If someone's hit by a car, they're still responding. If the house is on fire, they're still responding. If it's heart attack, stroke, or anything else, someone's got COVID or the flu, they still call them.
And just to clarify, I would not put my personal opinion on top of that because I would look at data. And when we look at our response times, we have two choices. We can either look at polygons, or I call them crop circles, but polygons, to say within this amount of mileage, our first fire truck's going to arrive on the scene in under 4 minutes. And then the second fire truck's going to arrive on the scene, I believe it's 90 seconds after. And then everybody will be on the fire scene within 9 minutes. The other option is to do it by mileage. And for those roads, if we went down that path to approving those, in that process, we would do the road mileage. To say that it's going to take X amount of time to get from the closest fire station to that address, add the amount of time that theoretically would take to overcome all those, and try to factor in traffic. So it wouldn't just be the fire chief's opinion. It would be something that we could draw strong data from. It wouldn't be 100%, but I think it would be something that we could go on. Unfortunately, the further away you get from those fire stations, the longer it takes to get there. And then, you know, you have citizens that live a little further away want some of the same opportunities those do. And so we have to take that into consideration as well.
How long, and I know this is certainly extreme, anybody that lives in LaVergne has probably been through it, in it, around it, whatever, but Cedar Glen Trailer Park is a private community, and they have speed bumps. From Station 43, which is from here to that wall, from Cedar Glen, how long does it take you to get in the back of Cedar Glen with a big fire engine?
I'm going to ask Deputy Chief. He's made that on many fire truck rides, so.
A few minutes, and you're from here to that wall, and it takes you a few minutes.
Would it surpass the first fire truck within 4 minutes? Would it, you think?
So, but now that's an extreme. That's an extreme.
They have more speed barriers there than any other place.
But if somebody sitting up here can get me or tell me, show me the true benefits other than to get people to slow down and keep our medical services, police services intact on time, I've got a yes vote for it. But from the research I've done, there's just nothing definitive. It's not a yes or no. It's just it's a catch-22. You know, it's like that deal we voted on last month. Did we want the commercial? Yes, but we had to get the apartments. It's catch-22. It's. What do you think about them, Doug? So, but you know, I'm not trying to be negative. I'm not trying to steal no thunder. I've just
That's what today was about, just to have open discussion and conversation about it. Hopefully this gives, you know, our citizens a little bit more insight as to what we've got to consider. There's a lot more working parts other than just saying you deserve a speed bump or,
I've had people ask me rumble strips, and they're like, put them right in front of my house.
Yeah, do that.
You do that? How loud are those, Kyle?
We had one several years ago that asked for that, and they asked for them to be removed very quickly.
Yeah, there again, and I know it's not going to happen, but if we had more people that would just drive right, leave earlier, pay attention, do the right things, call on the community, ask the community to please, you know, slow down.
Use common sense.
Common sense, man, you know.
Well, and just to add to the speeding and people just not caring, near Shreveman, from Stones River to KFC, you're taking your life in your hands. I mean, I drive it. I go into the office on Tuesday mornings, and I'm on near Shreveman between 5:30 and 6 o'clock, and I'm going the speed limit. And there are people passing in the turning lane. And I know that LPD has been up at KFC. They've been at other areas trying to stop it, but I mean, it's up to the citizens. It's, you know, somebody's going to get hurt there because people just don't care. I mean, and like I said, I'm glad I only do it one day a week. So, I mean, in today's society, people are in too much of a hurry. They think, man, I can sleep in another 10 minutes and I can hit it and I can go. And what is that 10 minutes versus your life or somebody else's life? And that's the way I look at it. That's why I get up so early and I drive in to Nashville so early. And if I have to do anything else, I always arrive 5 to 10 minutes early because you never know. And, you know, I'm thankful for the fire department, the police department, the EMSs and stuff that do they do get to the site or to the scene in a very timely, expedient manner, but yet they are very safe. They do look out for others. But I mean, well, yeah, near Shreedman, right there. Mm-mm. So.
Deputy Chief, we never get complaints about that area, do we?
No, not at all.
Alderman Waldron, do you want to add anything?
Only thing I got to say is, if the people would quit texting or reading the text at the red light, the traffic would move a whole lot better. Anywhere you go, I don't care if it's LaVergne, Smyrna, or Nashville, you sit at a red light and it changes green and it changes red before 3 or 4 cars get by because somebody's there is looking at their phone and it turns red. That's only if I had a gripe to make, that'd be what I'd make. I think people needs to not text and read the text at the red lights.
Could we do a campaign?
We, with the THSO operation, yes, we just did one, and I believe it was in last of September, 1st of October, on the interstate. And I know that when I was going to the multi-jurisdictional law enforcement training center that they're going to be building in Nashville, there was heavy traffic, and Metro Nashville and the THP were on the interstate on their motors, going in between, and they had ample opportunity just to look at every single car that was coming by, and they were just lighting them up left and right. So for us, we're looking at trying to establish, a traffic division again, but again, until we get our staffing up, we're at a rock and a hard place.
And part of this grant money that we've got on the agenda can be used for traffic enforcement.
For those agendas, yes.
Yes. Any other discussion on the traffic calming? Okay, moving on to Mayor and Alderman comments. Alderman Waldron.
I want to congratulate Alderman Hobbs for finally getting something on the agenda. Hey!
Thank you,
Proud of you. Again, check on the elderly. Make sure your pets have ample water and in shelter. The temperature is getting into the 20s. It's a great time to winterize your house. Garden hoses drained and rolled up and put up. Cover the outside water faucets. A lot of your new houses is falls free. But close your vents on your under-house crawl spaces. That'll help a lot. Change your HVAC filters regularly. That'll help you heating bill in the wintertime. If you got a half clogged up HVAC filter, it makes that air conditioner heat unit run, and it will burn out your I call it a big fuse coil, but they call it a pacifier. Check your batteries on your smoke detectors. It's a great time to do that. And again, winterize your automobile. Check your battery. Worst thing I hate to do is go out there on a cold day and my car won't start. Check your antifreeze. Check the tread on your tires, because if the roads get slick, even on wet roads, a slick tire, you will slide. And a lot of your accidents, if you look at most of your wrecked cars sitting in these record services, a lot of them has got slick tires. And that was good tires and brakes, to me, is like having good insurance. And check your wiper blades and your windshield wiper fluid. And that's all I've got. And I've got to run out of here because I didn't know this thing was going to run this late. But that's all I've got.
Alderwoman Hobbs.
No, just thanks to the board, everybody, for participating in the discussion tonight. Thanks to Park and Rec for the trick-or-treating event. My kids had a blast. It was a good time. And thank you to all of our emergency services, everybody who's helped out. And God bless our officers. Yeah, thank you.
Alderwoman House.
Veterans Day is coming up, November the 11th. The signs are out on Murfreesboro Road. Just a reminder that there'll be a ceremony here at 11 o'clock on Saturday to honor the veterans. And once again, thanks to Parks and Rec for a wonderful Goblins and Goodies. Do you know estimate how many kids?
We don't. 4 o'clock, they were still coming through, so at 4:05, we were excited to see 4:05.
Yes, we were. Yes, we were. So, and once again, thank you to the Rutherford County, Nashville, Metro Davidson County Emergency Services and Police Department that came out and assisted with the recent event that we had. And bless all of them. Thank you.
Vice Mayor, no.
I know that Mayor Cole's going to talk about some things, so I'll just let that go. But thanks for the fire department for coming out last Friday to the senior center and cooking hamburgers. But I wanted to share something with folks that are watching at home, because I did not know this. And I made a phone call, and it's being checked into. Because of our fire department, our ISO rating has dropped. Correct? It's gone down.
Or improved.
Improved. If you will pick up the phone and call your insurance company, tell them about our ISO rating. Let them know how far you are from a fire hydrant, like I did. Fire Marshal Brinkley and Kevin explained all of that to me. So they learned me, Fraser. They don't teach you, they learn you down in Fraser, Tennessee. Pick up the phone and make a phone call to your insurance company. Mine sounded like it may go down 5% because of the ISO rating and where your fire hydrant is. So pick up that phone and call. That's all I got.
I will say mine went down. I use Xander, and whenever it went into effect,
So you called them and...
I sent them even the letter. And so because they have to verify, and they're not proactive about verifying it, but mine did go down. So
as Johnny Carson would say, I did not know that.
Well, I want to thank all of our police, fire, and all of the different agencies. There are way too many to name that came out in a moment's notice to assist LaVergne through a recent emergency. And I will tell you, never in my lifetime have I ever seen so many agencies come together trying to help this community. It was absolutely amazing. Ann and I were over at Incident Command till almost 11:30. And I mean, it's amazing to watch everything and what all you and your teams and your colleagues do. So hats off to you guys, and thank you to all the different agencies that did step up to help us. One thing I do want to announce, because this is on Planning Commission's agenda for next month, but Aldi's Grocery Store is on the agenda for Planning Commission for Murfreesboro Road in right by the post office. So we will be reviewing that, and we've got a few other surprises coming in the next couple months. So we are looking forward to some of that. With that, I call this meeting adjourned.
award-winning Tennessee Wildcast is on the air with the latest on hunting, fishing, boating, wildlife watching, and all things outdoors. Make welcome your host, drummer and outdoor expert novice, Jason Harmon.
Hello, everybody, and welcome to this edition of Tennessee Wildcast. Thanks for tuning in. Thanks for watching. Thanks for listening. We got a great show lined up for you today,
Yes,
Don.
all about the outdoors, hunting, fishing, just, hey, learning about it, too.
Yeah, it's all about getting out there and learning how to do it.
Exactly.
Experiencing what Tennessee has to offer. We have Mr. Jeb Beasley with us today. Jeb, thanks for being with us.
Yeah, thank you guys for having me.
Yeah.
I'm
our
excited
pleasure.
to jump into this conversation.
Yeah, me too. Me too. How about a little radio station action first?
I think that'd be good.
Okay. We'll give a shout out to Manchester, Thunder Radio WSMR 1320, 6:30 on Sunday mornings. Getting ready for church. Hey, tune us in. Manchester 1320, Thunder Radio.
There you go. Yeah, we appreciate our radio partners. We got quite a few of them now, and it's great to be out there on the radio.
Growing all the time, so yeah.
It's deer season. If you don't know that, where you been? It's deer season. It's football season. It's fall. Right now, I just wanted to update everybody. Muzzleloader season opens this weekend, and we're going to be hot and heavy in the muzzleloader and gun after that. So check your guide. Make sure you know what seasons it is, how many you can take, what your bag limit looks like.
Right.
Get out there and have fun.
Yeah.
I'm excited for getting out there during the muzzleloader season and gun season, so we'll see what happens.
Tennessee's a great place to wear orange.
Yeah.
It really
all
is.
year long.
Yeah.
Well, let's jump in. Jeb Beasley with the Tennessee Wildlife Federation, organizing the Hunting and Fishing Academy now.
Yeah.
And so anyway, we just want to jump in and learn a little bit about you and dive into what you have to offer for us today.
Absolutely.
So tell us a bit about yourself.
Yeah, well, I grew up just up the road near Old Hickory Lake in Hendersonville, Tennessee. Grew up hunting and fishing, something my family's always done. And I went to school in UT in Knoxville a few years ago. And
big arm.
Yes, sir. So graduated, and somehow found my way into a position with the Wildlife Federation, working for our Hunting and Fishing Academy. So it's kind of how I got to where I'm at. But yeah, just grew up deer hunting mostly, a little bit of waterfowl and some other things mixed in. So it's great to be, in a position where I get to kind of share that experience with new folks as well.
Awesome. How's your season going so far? Have you been out chasing any animals?
Yeah. So I've been bow hunting a couple times. I'm a new bow hunter this year, so I always grew up hunting with a muzzleloader and doing some rifle hunting as well. But I thought I'd get into doing a little bow hunting this year, so I bought
start a little early that way,
Yeah, get a little early start. So, but it's been good. It's good. I figured, we teach skills and do all that kind of stuff with the work we do. So I was like, it's time for me to learn something new. So bought a bow earlier in the year and have gotten to get out a couple of times and go. So I've got I tagged a doe earlier in the season, and then this past weekend or so, I shot my first buck with a bow as well. So it's been a learning experience. It's definitely a lot different than some of the hunting I'm used to growing up with. A lot more leaves on the trees this time of year. So
yeah,
but it's been good.
A little more concealment, but
you
got to skirt that arrow through the.
Yeah, it can get messy, as I've learned pretty quick. So, but it's been good. It's been a great learning experience, and we've got a ton of volunteers and folks on staff that's kind of helped coach me up a little bit. So it's been good. It's been good.
Good.
That's cool. I'm gonna have to get you to share some of your pointers with me.
Yeah, well, we'll have to get together on that.
Yeah. Well, so you've touched on it a little bit, but you're with Tennessee Wildlife Federation, Hunting and Fishing Academy. What is your role there? What are you doing mainly now? You've kind of bumped up in the ranks, right?
Yeah, a little bit. Yeah. So I just hit my 4 years with the Federation earlier in August. When I started fresh out of school, I started as the East Tennessee field rep. So I still live in Knoxville, but now I'm currently serving as the Hunting and Fishing Academy program manager. So went from kind of a regional focus in East Tennessee to helping coordinate all the different events that we've got across the state, working with our other field reps and things like that. So that's still a pretty new position for me. So stepped up and kind of learning a little bit more about some of the different things we do across the state. But yeah, it's been good.
Cool. Awesome. And for folks that don't know, tell them who and what the Tennessee Wildlife Federation does and who they are.
Absolutely. So the Wildlife Federation is one of the state's largest and oldest conservation nonprofits. So we do a lot of different things outside of the one program that I work with, whether that be conservation policy work with our elected officials, even at the local, state, and federal level. We help pass legislation that benefits wildlife, that benefits our natural resources, and the folks like us that like to utilize and benefit from those natural resources. And then, we've got the programmatic side of things as well, where we're doing lots of grassroots, boots on the ground work, just trying to get more people involved in hunting, fishing, the shooting sports. Many people with deer season right here are starting to think about the Hunters for the Hungry program. We've had that program. We just had our 25th anniversary last year. It was our biggest year ever, had over 3,000 deer donated to that program. So we're doing a lot of different things on the landscape. Scholastic Clay Target program is growing, teaching kids all across the state how to, trap shoot, skeet, sporting clays, all that good stuff. And then the hunting and fishing academies where I spend most of my time. So we do a lot of different stuff. We've been around since 1946, partner with the agency on a lot of different things. But yeah, so it's a little bit more about the Federation.
Yeah, it's I always see you guys. You're always around. Mike Butler. Executive director, CEO.
Yeah. So he's our big boss, our chief executive officer. Yes, sir.
Yeah. He comes to commission meetings and
And it was formerly known as the Tennessee Conservation League.
That's right.
TCL, lovingly referred to, for a lot of years.
Okay.
Started back in '46, and then I think the name change happened maybe around 2000-ish or a little
somewhere
before
around in there. I'd have to go back and give you an exact number later, but it's sometime right there around the early 2000s, late 90s, I believe.
Yeah, and from a historical perspective, I think our agency was kind of the brainchild of a lot of the folks that were really involved in Conservation League or TWF, back then. So thanks to you guys that we have jobs today.
Yeah.
Yeah, definitely. Well, let's jump in. The Tennessee, the Hunting and Fishing Academy. What is it all about? Why are we partnered on that?
Yeah, so the Hunting and Fishing Academy, it's honestly one of our newer programs at the Federation. Started not all that long ago. It was sometime around 2015 or 16 that we started a youth hunting and fishing program, similar to a lot of other youth hunting programs you see across the country, but it's really evolved into being a much more holistic type of educational offering, right? So in 2019, we rebranded as the Hunting and Fishing Academy. We worked very closely with the state agency and our Wildlife Commission to help secure funding to increase our capacity. That's how we were able to hire some new field reps. That's when I came in 2019. And since then, the program's grown from being a youth hunting and fishing program to really a full-fledged educational program that we have something for everybody.
Right.
So we still have our youth hunting and fishing events, but we also have virtual classes, and then we also just introduced last year a full slate of workshop-style events for adults who are wanting to learn how to hunt and fish as well.
That's cool to have.
How have you seen the demand for adults, Chip?
It's grown drastically, especially through COVID, when people didn't have anything to do but go outside.
Right.
We had a lot of folks reach out and say, hey, do you guys offer anything for adults that want to learn how to hunt? And at the time, we didn't have a tangible in-person type structured of event for them to come to. And so after, a couple years of thinking about that and really thinking about what's the next step for this program, we really started to put a lot of focus on providing something for, the adult audience of Tennessee to come out and learn. So it's been growing. This is our second year having a full offering, full schedule for adults to come out and learn. And we've covered everything from fly fishing to deer hunting, archery hunting specific, turkey hunting, waterfowl. And then we also teach just some very basic classes as well. Like, hey, we're getting started in hunting. Here's what you need to know. And we'll walk them through the process. Hunter's education, how to get your license, finding public land, all of that kind of stuff. So we've really grown a lot. Our adult audience is definitely booming right now. We're trying to bring in as many people as we can, and it's a really good feeling to say, we've got something for everybody now to come and learn how to do all the hunting and fishing Tennessee has to offer.
And that's great, especially for adults who didn't grow up with a dad or an uncle or somebody in the family who could kind of teach them the ropes as they were growing. A lot of kids have that advantage growing up, but as an adult, getting out of college and getting your career going, starting your family, and all of a sudden you might have a little extra time. Say, hey, I've always wanted to pursue that, and now there's a way you can do it.
Absolutely,
step by step.
Yeah, that's kind of where this whole idea came from. Is our mission is to try to teach and educate new hunters. So most of the people that are coming through our program, whether it be kids and their parents or adults, they're pretty new to this stuff. They're very green. They don't know, the regulations. They don't know where to go. And so we look at our program as a way to kind of fill that gap of that generational transfer of knowledge. Like I'm sure like you guys, I learned from my dad, he learned from his dad. Well, if you didn't have that passed down, it's a really hard place to try to start. And so we try to make it as easy as possible for people to come in and learn, and then make it practical for them to go out and actually start doing this stuff in the field.
Have you seen that? Is it a lot of Tennesseans, or is it some new people to Tennessee? Do you have those numbers?
Yeah, it's interesting. We talk about that a lot, specifically among our adult audience. About a third of them have been in Tennessee for 5 years or less. So, we always hear people talking about how big Nashville's growing. Well, East Tennessee's booming. There's all these different pockets across the state where there's just new people coming in. And so for us, that provides a really unique advantage for folks that are, buying property, or they're experiencing, vast pieces of public land for the first time. And they're wanting to learn how to utilize that. And so we can kind of step in and coach them through, like, well, hey, here's what this looks like. Here's how you can start going out deer hunting if that's something that you're interested in. So most of them are still state residents, but we do have a very growing segment of our audience that is very new to Tennessee.
Yeah. That's cool. That's cool to hear. I'm glad y'all are out there. I think it's great for adults that have never done it before, but now have the thought. Oh, I think that'd be fun to try, or I'd like to put some meat on the table for the family, and maybe not shop at the grocery store. And, learn how to do that, and
it can be intimidating too, especially on the hunting side, because, as Jeb said, there's just so many things to consider. The hunter education part, and the if you've never been around firearms of any kind before too, that's intimidating just by itself. And then, but it sounds like you guys have a good approach to making it very approachable.
Yeah, we like to think so. I think that, our partnership with the agency goes a long way in helping us, build a lot of those relationships with volunteers and different folks that are wanting to get involved. But, our staff I've learned so much about hunting and fishing just by being around our staff. I came in as a college, grad fresh out of school, and I was like, I know about hunting and fishing. And I started meeting all these other folks in the office. I was like, I don't really know as much as I thought I did. So just the wealth of knowledge that's on our team. I mean, it's such a great resource, and just being able to be an accessible piece to people's learning process has been such a blessing for us, and our staff and our volunteers both, we try to be accessible. We try to walk people through things, one-on-one if that's what they need.
Yeah.
We really try to make it as personal of an experience as possible, so that, if they're out in the field, or if they just have questions, hey, they can pick up the phone. They can call me. They can call Chris Hearn in West Tennessee, Taylor Fox in Middle, or our new field rep, Will Osborne in East Tennessee, and they can just get a hold of us and ask questions.
Yeah.
So that's been the big thing for us, is just trying to, be accessible to folks and help them along the way.
And that's so important from our agency standpoint too, because our funding comes from license sales. So if we don't have folks coming in to fill those spots where folks are retiring or just getting out of the hunting, they're aging out of the process, and then all of a sudden we look around and say, wow, there's not as many people buying licenses anymore.
Mm-hmm.
That's what the R3 effort, agency-wise and with you guys is all about.
Yeah, and that's one of the stats you hear people talk about a lot in this sphere is, for every 10 hunters that we have today, there's only about 7 that's growing up to replace them. So when you extrapolate that through time, and you think about the role that hunters have on funding conservation, that it poses some pretty big risks there. So that's part of what we're trying to do, right? We're trying to bring in new folks, teach them how to do these things, and in hopes that they continue to be a licensed buyer and go out and support all the work that the agency does, that the Federation does, and is contributing to conservation in that way.
I know we've got some listeners thinking, okay, I need to sign up for some of this stuff.
Yeah.
Where do we go, Jeb? What's the
Yeah, so there's a couple different places. You know, one of the easiest things to do is to go to the Federation's website. You can go to tnwf.org, and you can learn all about the different programs that Federation has. But if you go to the Hunting and Fishing Academy page, you can see a full schedule. Our calendar function on the website is usually pretty up to date. So if there's something in your area coming up here soon, again, you can click on the link on our website to learn more. But you can also go to Go Outdoors Tennessee, the same place where you buy your license, apply for quota hunts. Go to the event page, and all of our events are on the Go Outdoors Tennessee system as well. So if you want to check out a virtual class or an in-person event, you can go to any of those locations and find out more about what we've got coming up.
Okay, good deal.
Try to make it as easy as possible. One-stop shop there. And I was browsing your website the other day and had the nice calendar there. It's easy on your site as well to find what's going on and get signed up. And there's also links there about becoming a volunteer. Are you looking for volunteers to help out with these classes?
Absolutely. Yeah, we are always looking for volunteers. Like I said, we've got an incredible staff that helps set up all these events and teaches, but there's only so many of us, right? And so when we're talking about, 30, 40 different workshops a year, it's really hard for our staff to be at each and every one of those and to coordinate things. We're at most of them, but our volunteers are the ones that really are the force multiplier that gets out and helps us put more of these events on the landscape. So our volunteers are some of our best teachers. We need more people that are knowledgeable, that want to share their passion for the outdoors with kids, but also just with anybody that's interested in learning more about this kind of stuff. So the link on our website, again, to fill out an interest link, become a volunteer. We are always in the market for new folks that want to support us and work alongside us. So,
well, what kind of events do you have coming up in the near future? If folks are listening to this show and think, well, I want to join one of those classes or get out there. Are there deer hunting classes coming up? I mean, turkey season will be rolling around in the spring. What are y'all doing right now?
Yeah, so right now, as we record this, we're coming up on the youth weekend for deer season. So our family experiences, we've got 9 different youth hunts across the state that's coming up here pretty soon. But on the backside of that, on the virtual front, we've got a lot of deer and waterfowl specific classes coming up.
Okay.
We try to keep things pretty seasonal. So if we're coming up on a new season, we start unloading a lot of different class topics about that topic. So we've got a lot of stuff coming up. Deer season again, it's in full swing. So we've got a deer aging and scoring virtual class. So if you're interested in learning about how to age deer on the hoof, or if you harvest a deer and you want to know, hey, how old is this deer? We got a class that teaches you some couple different methods to look at that and determine how old that deer is and different things. Just another skill to have.
Well, that's a good skill for a seasoned hunter. Even
absolutely.
I've been hunting for a long time, but I don't know how to. I mean, I can look at the teeth and go, well, maybe, but taking a class would be great.
Yeah, and so we got one of those coming up, and then obviously, later on in the month of November, duck season opens here in Tennessee. So we've got some beginner waterfowl classes, virtual as well as in person. We've got some workshops coming up that'll teach you all about, hey, this is some different types of decoys, or this is the gear you might need, how to pick out a pair of waders, how to know where to go, all that kind of stuff.
Yeah.
We walk you through that, and again, try to make it as easy as possible. But going into the spring, we'll start doing a lot more fishing events as well. So we do some species-specific workshops. We've taught bass fishing workshops, crappie, trout, fly fishing, all that kind of stuff. We'll do mostly in the spring and the summer, in addition to some of our turkey hunts as well. So pretty much you name it. If you can hunt it or fish for it in Tennessee, we've got something out there, or at least we've worked on something, to provide a resource for folks that are interested in that.
Yeah, that's good.
Well, I don't want to put words in your mouth, but fishing has to be the easiest, I would think. I mean,
it is. Yeah, it's one of the best ways to get somebody brand new involved. Whether they got kids or not, it's just there's not as many barriers to entry. Tennessee's full of water. We got rivers and lakes everywhere. So pretty much anywhere that you can find public access to water, you've got access to fishing. And so our fishing classes are always very popular. The ones that we do virtually, we try to break them out by species, right? So we'll do bass fishing classes, and you'll get all your people that are interested in bass fishing. Well, we'll do trout and even catfish and all that kind of stuff. But even for somebody that's brand new, we have a fishing basics class, where it's like if you've never even touched a fishing pole before, we walk you through like, hey, these are the different types of rods and reels and baits and how to cast and all that kind of stuff. We really do have something for everybody, whether you're brand new or whether you've been doing this for a little while and, hey, maybe you just want to learn about a different species or something like that, we offer that as well.
Good.
Yeah, that's very cool. All right. Do you need experience? I think that's been answered. I mean,
yeah.
Come as you are,
as
right?
You are. As you are, yeah. You know, we really try to cater a lot of these experiences and a lot of these classes to people that are pretty new. You know, like we've talked about, the greener the better in our book, just because we can help you build from scratch. Now, you know, if you've been hunting a little bit, you've been fishing before, you know, that's not a problem. You don't need to have, you know, an overwhelming amount of experience to come participate. But just we can meet you where you're at. Is at the end of the day, if you are brand new or if you're just trying to learn a new skill or you're really trying to hone in on something niche specific, odds are we've got something for you. So no experience needed at all. I mean, this program is built for new hunters and anglers. And if you are an experienced hunter and angler, we definitely have something for you to learn. But hey, we probably need your help teaching some of these new people as well. So might want to look at volunteering if that describes you.
Being around the hunter ed volunteers for a lot of years, you know, there's a passion there among those folks that is just so hard to describe. You know, they're sold out for it, and they're always looking for opportunities. So I'm sure a lot of your folks that are volunteers to help out are probably from the hunter ed ranks at some point or another.
We do have several. We call our trained volunteers the volunteers that come through our training program and really take that next step to be involved regularly. We call those volunteers our hunt masters. So a lot of our hunt masters are previous hunter ed instructors that taught hunter ed classes for years. And then they use this as a way to kind of get out and help those folks that they were teaching in hunter ed class get out and actually do this stuff in the field. So a lot of them are. That's by no means a requirement.
Right.
Anybody that's interested in helping, you're more than welcome to come out. And, you know, you might say, well, I don't know much about deer hunting, but I like fishing. I know about that. Well, come help us teach some fishing classes. Come help us with a workshop. So whatever your experience level, well, there's somewhere for you to fit in with the program. But, yeah, it's been great.
Good.
I haven't seen this, but is there boating classes? Do you dip into the boating?
A little bit, yeah. So we actually every summer we'll partner with some of the boating officers with TWRA, and we'll teach an intro to boating virtual class. So
or just you're like made a huge impact on you or maybe to another person.
Yeah.
Anything stand out?
Yeah, so I'll tell one story, and I think it summarizes the work that we do for the most part. So this past spring, we were doing a turkey hunt, and we had a mom and her son come out to this turkey hunt, and we'll just call the kid Michael. So Michael came out to this turkey hunt, and he told me the night before, I was actually going to guide him. I was going to sit with him, which is kind of a rare thing for me nowadays, but I still like to get out and sit with the kids in the blind. And so Michael was telling me, he's like, I've never done this before. I'm so excited. And I was like, that's good, Michael. We're going to go out and hopefully we'll get you a turkey tomorrow and it'll be good. So next morning rolls around, we get up and we're getting ready to walk out to the blind, and Michael's, man, I'm excited. I've never done this before. And I was like, okay, well, that's good. I'm glad you're excited. Let's go. So we take off walking towards the blind, and I'd turn around checking on him and his mom every so often, like, y'all good? Oh yeah, we're good. We're walking, and just every few minutes, Mike would come up. Man, I've never done this before. I've never walked in the woods in the dark before. And he had a new pair of boots.
Got up before sun.
I know. So he had a new pair of boots that was giving him blisters, and he was, man, I've never had new boots before. And so you just don't think about these types of things. Like we just assume that a lot of people have these types of experiences. But we eventually got to the blind, and Michael sat down, and he looked at me and said, I'm excited. I've never done this before. And we're like, I know, Michael. And we heard some turkeys gobbling that morning, and he was all fired up about it and saw some hens. We didn't get a turkey, but, man, just that experience and hearing people be that excited about doing something they've never done before, that goes so far with me and all of our volunteers. That's why we do it. We want to provide an experience. It's all about teaching people, but at the end of the day, we want people to go away saying, man, I've never done that before, but I want to go do that again.
Yeah.
That's the end goal for us. If I can get somebody that goes from, man, I've never done this before, to I do this all the time, that's our end goal. That's what we're trying to do. So I think that summarizes it. Just the number of people that have never done this type of stuff but have an interest in it. I don't know how people initially decide, hey, I want to learn how to hunt. I was raised in that kind of environment. But for somebody that's brand new, man, it's just so fun to watch them go from that just completely green experience, wide-eyed and bushy-tailed, and then come out after a weekend of camping and hunting, and they're like, man, I got to do this again.
Right.
That's what we're trying to get to.
There's no doubt y'all have made an impact, and you made an impact on that kid that day, and that mom even. I'm sure that mom's, maybe taking her kid hunting now,
Yeah.
and that's very cool. And I think it's awesome that you're setting them up with the gear too. I mean, it sounds like the new boots and
Absolutely, yeah. You don't have to have a thing. I mean, we provide all the equipment. You come out to the events, we'll feed you. We take care of everything. So it's a great time to get out and learn something new. But we try to make it as easy as possible. So whether you're a parent that's got young kids, or you're an adult that wants to learn how to hunt, or even if you just are curious and want to check out a virtual class, we've got something for you.
Yeah.
That's awesome.
And I think this a lot of times will help bridge that gap between just going one time on a youth hunt and thinking, man, that was cool, but what do I do now? You guys are helping to bridge that gap and keep them in the game.
Absolutely. If we can get the parents, we can keep the kids.
Yeah, right.
That's true. That's true. They need transportation, right? Got to get them there.
Yep.
Well, this has been fun, Jeb. Thank you. Congratulations on your new role there.
Yeah, thank you guys.
Yeah.
This was fun. I appreciate y'all having me out.
Yeah,
Sure.
we'll have to do it again, or maybe just go hunting together or something.
Yeah, hey, we need to. We need to.
Teach me a few things. Well, this is Tennessee Wildcats. Don, thanks.
You bet. You bet.
Jeb, thanks again.
Absolutely.
Keep coming back. Keep watching. Keep listening. Follow us, like us, share us, and just get out there and enjoy Tennessee's outdoors. We'll see you next time.
Thanks for tuning in. Stay connected with TWRA by visiting our website at tnwildlife.org and follow us on Facebook, Twitter, and Instagram. Hey, it's all about Tennessee wildlife. It's what we do. Tennessee Wildcast will be on the air again next week. We'll see you then.
Good evening and welcome to the Board of Mayor and Alderman meeting. It is November 7th, 2023. It is 7 p.m. Call this meeting to order. We do have a quorum. Tonight I will have the prayer and the Pledge of Allegiance will be with Alderwoman Haas. If everyone would please rise for the prayer and the pledge. Dear Lord and Heavenly Father, we just ask that you would put your hand upon our city, that you would bless our emergency personnel, that you would be with our injured officers, that you would give wisdom to this board to make the right decisions for you and your people. We ask that you watch over the nation of Israel and you would undo any evil that's being done and bless those people. In your name we pray. Amen.
Amen.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you. First item we have is to approve the minutes from the October 10th, 2023 regular meeting.
I make a motion to approve the minutes.
Motion to approve from Alderwoman Haas. Is there a second?
I had one comment about that. I'm sorry.
We would need a second to open it up for discussion.
Second for discussion, please. Yes, there was an error in the consent agenda. It says approved by Alderwoman Hobbs, second by Alderwoman Hobbs. It says Hobbs in there twice. I believe you're referencing Alderwoman Haas. Other than that, that was the only edit I saw.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. All in favor? Aye. Opposed?
No.
Motion passes. Next, we have the public comment period, but I don't see that we had anyone sign up for that. Then we have the departmental reports. Police Department, Chief Mays.
All right, you have the report in front of you. Just a few things to talk about here real quick. I understand there's a rather large increase in vehicle burglaries. 30% of that is due to a single incident that occurred over at the Amazon warehouse parking lot. So that is contributing to the vast increase there. Shoplifting thefts are up. I've talked to my command staff. We're going to be engaging with Walmart. That seems to be the epicenter of our problem, and we're going to be trying to coordinate with them in terms of reducing that as well. Outside of that, if there are any other questions regarding the report.
How are our officers that were injured?
Officers are doing well. They're both still recovering, and we have been in contact with them on a regular basis, and we are, just making sure they understand that we fully support them in their recovery, both mentally, physically, emotionally, and we look forward to the day that they can, return to work. But we will be there to support them until they are able to do so.
With your two officers out for the shooting, and I'm sure you was, how's that affecting the staffing? How many patrol officers are we lacking now?
I believe that we are approximately 14 vacant positions, but prior to my arrival here as the chief, I know that they had taken the crime suppression unit, rolled back into the patrol operations so that we could handle our calls for service and make sure that we're responding to calls and patrolling appropriately. And we just had 2 young men graduate from the academy outside of Knoxville the other day. So for the 2 that are out, due to the unfortunate shooting, we have 2 more that are eager, willing, and able to service the citizens here of LaVergne.
Thank you.
You betcha.
I just want to say you guys did a great job Halloween night. I mean, they were out, lights going, making sure people were going slow and watching for the kiddos going across the street and stuff. So great job.
Good. Thank you. I'll make sure we pass that along.
Mr. Mayor, I guess my comment would be look how professional he looks. I like that.
Well, thank you. I appreciate it.
Good to have you back, Chief. Glad your son's doing good.
Thank you.
And as time goes by, you will learn that I will pick on you up here in public while the people are watching.
Well, that's quite all right. So, and I'm looking forward to, actually, I think my son should be able to travel here in the next month, and I'm looking forward to him coming down and maybe staying a week with me here.
Oh,
So,
good.
Yeah, it'll be fun. So, thank you.
Thank you. Speaking on picking on chiefs, Chief Beasley, Fire Department.
Frazier.
I saw the order that the monthly reports were supposed to go in. I'm really glad I was not following Miss Donna in the library. So I do trust that each one of y'all have had an opportunity to review the reports for the month of October. I think everything's within standard run totals. We're just a bit ahead as we were last year this time by about 8 or 10 runs, but nothing significant to discuss.
We are still under a burn ban, correct?
Yes, ma'am, that is correct. Commercial and recreational burn ban. And we use the fire marshal uses several methodologies to determine that based on weather, the forestry department, as well as, I believe, the TWRA information, because we do have the significant TWRA property down there. So it's not just an arbitrary, we decide to put on a burn ban. There is a systematic approach to that. It deals with the weather and the humidity and all that. Any other questions?
We're in the cold weather and people usually use alternative heat. What can you suggest to people who's got fireplaces, wood stoves?
The wood stoves, if you're asking a reference to the burn ban, that is not included because it's an enclosed burning area as a barbecue.
Not just a safety
The
issue.
safety issues, that I would highly recommend that they have a recognized chimney sweep service their chimney itself. There's two different types, the prefab, which has the metal interior, and then you have a masonry, and both of those need servicing. Those that are masonry need a thorough inspection all the way to the top cover.
And then auxiliary heaters that people puts on floor, that is a dangerous deal there.
Those are some of the most common heat fire causes during the wintertime. Obviously, their frequency of use during the wintertime over the summer makes common sense. However, you need to keep a safe distance, which is greater than 3 foot away from anything flammable. If you're going to use the plug-in style, you would obviously need to keep nothing over the top of the extension cords, no extension cords, and nothing over the electrical cords supplying that.
I know I've been going to stores and reading the boxes. Most all of them now, if they tilt over, they automatically go off.
Any modern heating device will have an automatic turn off on those. That's not to say something that could be 20 years old and somebody still have it, so that's definitely a concern.
And what about Station 1?
Station 1, I regret, as last month, I regret to say how well we're doing. I will just say, as of Monday, our monthly meeting, we have no foreseen challenges ahead of us right now. And we are just a little bit ahead of schedule, so.
Seeing some exterior brick going up.
Absolutely. That brick on the far right-hand side, close to Gambrel, really looks nice. Those selections of bricks in the two-tone color, I believe, will be a great look on that road.
Thank you, sir. Library Department, Miss Donna.
David gets to follow me.
Mayor, Vice Mayor, Alderman, good evening. As you can see, for the month of October, our numbers have stayed pretty good. We're very happy with them. The 81 new patron cards, we do welcome those people to our library. We had a lot of fun in October, and the first part of November, our Goblins and Goodies was very well received. We had, that was Parks Goblins and Goodies. That was very well received. Good job, David. We were there and we enjoyed that. We had spectacular science is what we had, and it was very well attended. 130 people were there and they had a great time. We enjoyed having them all. If you will look to the right of the report, you'll see 2 scarecrows up there. Those were 2 of the 21 scarecrows that were made on Saturday, November the 4th. Special thank you to Miss Becky for coming up with this great activity. The families loved it. They had the best time. As you can see, Kevin's scarecrow is wearing Kevin's clothes. Kevin and his mom had so much fun, and they are ready to build another scarecrow. Gemma loved choosing the outfit for her scarecrow, and Gemma brought her mom, her baby sister, and her grandparents for this family fun activity. So it was a really good time. We really enjoyed that. Some things that are coming up are November closures. Veterans Day, we will be closed along with the city on Friday, November the 10th, and then we will be closed on Saturday, November the 11th. Our Thanksgiving holiday, the library will be closed Thursday, Friday, and Saturday, the 23rd, 24th, and 25th. Coming up in December, come visit Santa and Mrs. Claus at the library on Saturday, December the 9th at 1 p.m. Mrs. Claus will be having her story time, which she always enjoys doing, and Santa will be hanging around waiting to meet with all the children about 1:30. We say it's from 1 to 4, but as long as there's a child in the library, Santa will not go anywhere. And we always have cookies and water and milk for the little ones. Our book sale is going to be happening finally. It's going to start January the 2nd when we come back from all the Christmas festivities. So beginning January the 2nd, we'll have books, DVDs, audio books, just a lot of different items. And there's something for everyone at a really good price. So we would love for you all to visit our book sale. Something that's not on our calendar right now, but I would like to let you know, well, first of all, the library board will meet Monday here in the boardroom. That is our regular bi-monthly meeting. But United Way, for many, many years, has done tax prep for us at the library through their VITA program, which is the Volunteer Income Tax Assistance Program. I met with Debbie Curtis a couple of weeks ago, and she informed me that United Way has now taken on 2 more counties. And so their volunteers are being spread out across all of the counties that they assist. Unfortunately, some facilities needed to be cut, and our facility was cut this time. So we will not have VITA at our library this January, February, and March. She assures me that she will do everything possible to get us back into the rotation. So for now, our patrons and our community people who would like to still take part in the VITA program, which is free, they will be able to go to Smyrna or to Antioch. They're opening a facility in Antioch. And the library will post those, and I will get that information out to Ann so she can get it on the website, because I know this is a very important resource that we were able to offer. But I wanted to go ahead and get that word out now. I'll be talking about it again in December and in January. And of course, as always, you can discover more programs and resources by going to our catalog.lavergne37086.gov. Any questions?
I've been meaning to tell you, and I keep forgetting. Thank you for showing me how to use the coat hanger. My grandson jumped all over that when they showed it to him, how easy it was.
Oh, okay.
That
Excellent.
he could do it. So
Good.
it worked out great.
Thank you, Ms. Donna.
You're welcome.
Parks and Recreation, Mr. David McGowan.
Mayor, Vice Mayor, Board, thank you. You guys have the numbers for the parks for this past month. You see our upcoming events, November 11th, that'll be our Veterans Day celebration here at City Hall. Starts at 11. December 1st, the snow rink opens. December 2nd will be our Parade of Lights and the Winter Festival. Parade begins at 5 p.m. The festival actually begins at 3 p.m. at City Hall with vendors set up, and the snow rink will be open at noon. That runs from noon to 8. That will include the festival, the tree lighting ceremony, the parade, fireworks, arts and craft vendors, snack vendors, and Santa and Mrs. Claus. Fireworks scheduled to go somewhere around 6:30, probably 6:30, quarter till 7, somewhere in that area. You see our past events. Goblins and Goodies within the Zombie Night. We ended up canceling the Zombie Night, so we did have the Goblins and Goodies. That was a good turnout as always. You see our past senior events. Upcoming senior events next Thursday, I believe, November 16th, will be their Thanksgiving dinner at the Multipurpose Building from 11 a.m. to 1 p.m. Upcoming meetings, November 20th, we will have 3 meetings, Senior Center Advisory at 4:30, Parks and Rec at 6, and the Greenway Advisory at 7. Snow rink times, Fridays from 5 to 9, Saturdays from 12 to 8, and Sundays are from 12 to 6. Any questions?
Sir, what dates for the snow rink? Is that through, is that just for that one weekend?
No, it's through, I will get you that. I believe it's through the end of the year or the week before Christmas, I think.
Okay, and with the Winter Festival, carriage rides coming back?
I will have to double check. I believe they are on the agenda. Don't quote me that, because I think we had issues with the vendor last year, so we were searching for another one. So I'm not 100% positive if we found a replacement vendor yet.
Okay, and were Mr. and Mrs. Claus invited to the parade?
They are invited to the parade. We got a pretty good end, so I think we can get them to show up. As far as the, switching the order we go in, now I know how Danny feels, and it's not a very desirable position to be in, so. Any questions?
David, have you come up with a date yet for children, special needs?
We generally do that on a Sunday. So let me get with Kathy. She's been kind of stretched a little thin because our staff is kind of supporting the senior center also. So let me get with her in the morning and we'll get that posted, get that out.
And David, can you speak about this, about the 11th?
The 11th, that will take place here at City Hall in the boardroom at 11 o'clock. Right now we have 2 speakers signed up. Sergeant Timpson from the LPD and Brian Morris, who is a service representative for Scott Desjardins, will be here in the house.
And do we have our Grand Marshal for the parade?
We do have the Grand Marshal. I'm not 100% sure that has been pushed out there yet, but we do have an acceptance, and we're kind of waiting on a bio from him until we kind of make that public. But we do have an offer and an acceptance.
Any other questions?
Just, we need to get that day in the park planned up so it'll rain.
Ain't no doubt about it. We could use it right now.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you, David. Finance Department, Ms. Tanya.
Well, Danny getting off easy tonight, ain't he?
Good evening, Mayor, Vice Mayor, and Alderman. You have the financial report in front of you. This is a financial report for September. Just a reminder, in October, on the next report, you will start seeing property tax income come in to offset that revenue. Our sales tax is still trending up. We are $642,000 above budget and $298,000 above our prior year. And then you have the rest of the report with our balances and our prior year comparisons. Any questions?
Not a question, just I know whenever I'm here, I see a lot of people going down to tax department to pay, so good to see that.
Yes, starting October 1st, they head that direction.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you.
Thank you.
And last but not least, the Water Treatment Department, Mr. Danny Campbell.
Didn't get off as easy as I thought I would, but good evening, Mayor, Vice Mayor, Board. I trust that you've had the opportunity to review our monthly report for October. Since I wasn't here for September, that was because everybody took the entire month off, so nothing happened at the water plant. any questions regarding October?
Talk to me about the customer complaints.
Yes, sir. So we had 3 customer complaints this month. One was for brown water, one was for low pressure, and another was a customer calling in regarding some paperwork that was put at their door regarding a possible leak that they had at their address. For the brown water complaint, it came from a bathtub on their 3rd floor. So when our inspector went out there, they talked to the resident, and Public Works actually had an employee go out, flush the hydrant near them, and talk to them about their water heater. And I guess a lot of rust or color came from their water heater. I spoke with the customer today to see if he was still having issues. He said no, he was helped very thoroughly, was very happy with the support that he got from Public Works. So, and then for the second complaint regarding low pressure, the pressure at the location was 75 PSI at the home. The customer was aware of possible an internal issue going on where his PRV was connected. So he was pretty handy with that information, or with that type of work, and so he was going to take a look at that. He hadn't for the last week and a half or so, is what he advised me today when I talked to him.
So Danny, can you also talk to us about the water conservation, voluntary water conservation that's out there?
I could, but I think someone else was wanting to come up and talk about that. Yeah. I don't want to steal all the thunder, you know. That's why I didn't post my scarecrows.
Our newlywed here,
Yes,
Michael
sir.
Dietz.
Thank you, Mayor Board. Just a quick update. So yes, as most of you have mentioned, we are in severe drought status per the U.S. Drought Monitor. As per our drought management plan, TDEC approved, we are required to enter into phase 2 of that plan, which requests us to ask for voluntary water reductions. Our goal is 10%. We ask that you do not wash vehicles, don't fill swimming pools, irrigate, things of that nature. We're not of any concern as far as the plant goes. Plant's operating fine, distribution system's operating fine, but we are required to follow the plan. So that's what we're doing.
Thank you.
Yes, sir. Thank you.
Danny, one last question for
Yes,
you.
sir.
So we're getting close to winter.
Yes.
And so have we been checking the tanks as far as the monitors that are out there to ensure some of the issues we had last year will not be reoccurring this year?
Yes, from all our communication with those tanks are up and running. I can't control, unfortunately, I can't control the weather and what happens with the communication if there's ice or any buildup at the McFarland tank, where a lot of those issues, where everything is, all the connections run to there and then come back to the water treatment plant. So everything that should be working right now is working, and we will do our best to make sure that continues to happen so that we don't have another occurrence like we did last year.
Thank you. Anyone else have any questions?
I noticed, one of the questions, y'all probably hit on it, is I've noticed the lake going down. It always goes down in October, but you talking about conservation, but I don't see the lake no lower than usual this time of year. Other than, the dry grass and everything. But the lake is seemed like to me a little bit fuller than it usually is this time of year.
And we at the water treatment plant, like what Mike said, is we're not seeing any effects with that, but I know county-wise, from speaking to representatives from the state, they have other water utilities that are having trouble pulling from their sources that either lead into the lake or whatnot. So it's not just a LaVergne issue, it's a Middle Tennessee issue.
I know the elk, the duck river might, but the Percy Priest Lake, it's low, but it's not to the winter pool yet.
And that's why we're not seeing any requirements to limit our pool from the lake at this time. So we're hoping that stays this way, and then we get some water and we don't have to worry about that.
Any other questions? Thank you, Danny.
Thank you.
Good to see you back. Moving on to old business, second reading ordinance 2023-24, an ordinance to amend the fiscal year 2023-2024 general fund budget. Need a motion to approve or deny?
I make a motion to approve.
Have a motion to approve. Is there a second?
Second.
Have a second. Alderman Waldron?
Aye.
Alderwoman Hobbs?
Aye.
Alderwoman Haas?
Aye.
Vice Mayor No? Motion passes. Moving on to second reading ordinance 2023-25, an ordinance to amend the impact fee ordinance to add an annual adjustment for construction cost inflation. I'll make a motion to approve. Is there a second?
Second.
Second from Alderwoman Haas. Alderman Waldron.
Aye.
Alderwoman Hobbs.
Aye.
Alderwoman Haas.
Aye.
Vice Mayor No?
Aye.
I vote aye. Motion passes. Second reading ordinance 2023-26, an ordinance to amend the fiscal year 2023-2024 police impact fee fund budget. Need a motion to approve or deny?
Motion to approve.
Have a motion to approve. Is there a second?
Second.
Have a second. Alderman Waldron.
Aye.
Alderwoman Hobbs.
Aye.
Alderwoman Haas.
Aye.
Vice Mayor No?
Aye.
I vote aye. Motion passes. Moving on to the consent agenda. Need a motion to approve or deny?
Motion to approve.
I have a motion to approve from Vice Mayor No. Is there a second?
Second.
Second from Alderwoman Haas. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion passes. Moving on to new business. First reading ordinance 2023-27, an ordinance to amend Title 16, Chapter 5, Section 16-502 of the LaVergne Municipal Code and amend the City of LaVergne fee schedule regarding the moving of houses, structures, or buildings. I'll make a motion to approve. Is there a second?
Second.
Have a second and a third from Alderwomen Haas and Hobbs. Alderman Waldron.
Aye.
Alderwoman Hobbs.
Aye.
Alderwoman Haas.
Aye.
Vice Mayor No?
Aye.
I vote aye. Motion passes. Resolution 2023-22, a resolution of the City of LaVergne, Board of Mayor and Aldermen to declare property owned by the city to be surplus to the city's needs and directing disposal of the same. Need a motion to approve or deny?
Motion to approve.
Have a motion to approve. Is there a second?
Second.
Second. Alderman Waldron.
Aye.
Alderwoman Hobbs.
Aye.
Alderwoman Haas.
Aye.
Vice Mayor No?
Aye.
I vote aye. Motion passes. Resolution 2023-23, a resolution to accept phases 1 and 2 of the Lieutenant Frank Walkup subdivision. This received a favorable recommendation from the Planning Commission on September 26th, 2023. Need a motion to approve or deny?
Make a motion to approve.
Have a motion to approve from Alderwoman Haas. Is there a second?
Second.
Second from Vice Mayor No. Alderman Waldron.
Aye.
Alderwoman Hobbs.
Aye.
Alderwoman Haas.
Aye.
Vice Mayor No.
Aye.
Motion passes. Moving on to approve or remove board and committee members. First, we have the LaVergne Housing Authority. We have one term that is vacant, and we have an applicant for that. That is Deborah Harding. So I will appoint her to that term. Then moving on to the Planning Commission, we've got one term expiring. That's Terry Coleman. Terry does wish to remain on the board, and we have one applicant from a few months back, Russell Maddox. I will reappoint Terry Coleman to the Planning Commission. And then the Senior Citizens Advisory Committee, we have one vacancy due to Anthony Honeycutt's resignation as he's moving out of the area. And we have two applicants. We have Frankie Brooks and we have Chuck Isbell. And I will appoint Frankie Brooks to this board. All in favor?
Aye.
Second for discussion.
Well, this is just an appointment. It's not a motion.
So we can't talk about it?
Well, we have called the roll. Evan, is it permissible to, we've called the roll.
It's the call of the chair. I mean, if you want to
Okay.
entertain conversation.
I will.
I just wanted to say that I know both of these applicants very well, and I think either one of them would be great. I know Chuck has been trying to get on this board for a while, but I also know that his new job is time consuming. So I just wanted to put that out there. Just let him know that I think he's a good candidate, but I also like Miss Frankie.
Okay. Any other conversation on it? Okay, so I've appointed Frankie Brooks to that board. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed?
Abstain.
That motion is approved. Last item, approve change order number 1 with Barron Construction LLC for the Public Works and Community Development Services Facility. Need a motion to approve or deny?
Motion to approve.
Have a motion to approve from Vice Mayor. No, I'll second that. Any discussion? Alderman Waldron.
Aye.
Alderwoman Hobbs.
No.
Alderwoman Haas.
Aye.
Vice Mayor, no.
Aye.
And I vote aye. Change order passes. Moving on to mayor and alderman comments. Alderman Waldron.
Remember, like always, check on the elderly. Make sure your pets had ample shade, shelter really this time of year, and fresh water. It's a good time to winterize your house and your car. When you set your clock back, like we did Saturday night, that's check your batteries and your smoke alarm. Good time to check your HVAC filters. Put your batteries in your smoke alarm if they need them or not. And thank you.
Alderwoman Hobbs.
Just want to remind everybody of the LaVergne Rescue Unit. They're having a country ham breakfast on November 11th from 6 to 10. The cost is $15 per person. Come out and have some breakfast before the Veterans Day ceremonies here at City Hall.
Alderwoman Haas.
Just great job, Parks and Rec, for the Goblins and Goodies. I look forward to the Veterans Day ceremony and then our Parade of Lights, the 1st of December. As always, you all do a great job on the ice rink. So it's going to be a great holiday season.
Vice Mayor, no.
I got 2 shout-outs. The first one is to Michael Dietz and his crew, and he had some help, and we finally, after a couple of years, I've taken on that Jefferson Pike thing kind of proudly, and Michael and him has been down there working on it, getting it cut back. I stopped by there today. That rock is a little bigger than I think we all anticipated. But they're beating away on it. And also, I just wanted to say thanks to John from the Driveway Group for bringing that electronic dumpster up here to the Senior Center a couple Saturdays ago to let everybody know we collected $468 to go to the seniors, and hopefully we'll be able to get gift cards and some other things for them for Christmas. That's it.
Thank you. I actually heard some very good things about that, and many people asking when's the next one. So
well, that'll be something that Miss Jules is working on.
Wonderful, wonderful. Well, I want to remind everyone about Winterfest and the Parade of Lights, December 2nd, 5 p.m. It's always lots of fun, lots of activities. Love to see the board come out, decorated cars, people in the community, different businesses come out. It's always an amazing event. Veterans Day ceremony is on the 11th at 11 here in the boardroom. Our team puts together an amazing event and with some powerful stories. So please take a moment to be sure to come and listen to that. Want to ask that we keep our injured officers in your prayers. I know I get many phone calls and messages from our residents asking how they are. So I really want to ask that you keep them in your prayers. Do want to congratulate Michael Dietz on he's our newest married man here at City Hall. So congratulations, sir. And just want to ask that there's continued prayers for the country of Israel during the war, that regardless of the sides, that peace prevails. With that, call this meeting adjourned.